being arrested for caution. So this injustice is getting too much. The injustice is too much. If Gumi does not, if they don't, if they refuse to, if they didn't arrest Gumi, I don't know what else. If they have any power authority again to arrest anybody in Nigeria, if they fail to arrest Gumi, this is not the first time. This is not the second time. This is not the third time. He has been doing all manner of rubbish, and nobody is saying anything. I don't know the kind of people who are living in this useless content. Allow foreign people to useless their brain, to use them and do anyhow, do as they like. The foreign person have right to talk anything he like, do anything he like. Nobody will question him. Which kind of society is this? And people are still living there, doing like up and down. You see, like what you read, the news you read before, okay, the interview you read before, that the man that's saying that the police told him that they will kill him and nothing will happen. They will put Biafra flag and nothing will happen to them. They will kill him and nothing will happen. You know the reason why police said this. The reason why police told that man like that, because of the prosecution of IPOB. That this is the court and joint prescription. Now IPOB is prescribed. That means they have right to kill IPOB and who is IPOB? IPOB is Biafra, so you have right to kill Biafra anyhow. That's why they're telling the man that they can kill him, nothing will happen. Means because IPOB is prescribed. You have told the whole Eastern governors, the and the any constant air that is involved, they should go and redo that. That prosecution must that prosecution must be cancelled, because this is why these people are doing all this thing in our region, because of this that prosecution. They must change it. They must reverse that prosecution. That's what I want to say. Before, and you talk about the northern governor before, the northern governors that have been promoting, assisting. He said that you are saying that there's one northern governor that is helping Boko Haram or whoever, assisting Boko Haram. It's not even not the R5. The governor is R5. Malan R5. No, it's not somebody. R5 himself. R5 is in charge of Boko Haram. That is the current one, the current governor. The former governor is Chitima, the Tinubu vice president. He's the commander of Boko Haram. So we are not hiding anything. We're making it clear to everybody to know. God bless you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. The caller reminded me of what El-Rufai said, that he went to different places to call these terrorists and pay them. The time he went to these places to call terrorists and pay them, terrorism in Nigeria wasn't this much. He went outside, paid terrorists, and they came in. So basically, he went to pay them to come in. That's what it means. And since they came in, it has been hell. It has been hell. And they also came out to say that those who are killing Nigerians are foreigners. The same thing that El-Rufai said he went outside to pay them. So El-Rufai went outside to pay terrorists to come in. I was talking about the governor of Bauchi State that asked his people to arm themselves, to buy arms, to protect themselves. Simply put, Nigeria government has failed. That is basically what the man is saying. Therefore, it is important that a referendum is conducted as soon as possible so that the people can have their own right to decide their future. To decide their future. To decide their future. Now, going back to what Gumi said, the caller made it clear that Gumi is not in jail right now because the terrorist government don't see him any different. Remember that this terrorist government recruits terrorists into the army. The same terrorist government are the ones who they meet Gumi often, and I believe they give to Gumi their security, protection, and Gumi is walking around freely. This man went ahead to even describe the tactics that these terrorists will engage this year. This Gumi, he went ahead to talk about the tactics. I don't know if you read it. Go through this Sahara Reporters where he said, don't vote for politicians who will let me bring it up again so I do not don't vote for politicians who will attack, kill bandits. They are our warriors in forest. Islamic cleric Gumi tells Northerners. He went forward to talk about the war tactics that will be employed by these bandits, or that has been employed by the bandits. Because let me read something he said here. He said here, okay, according to this report, it says, he also said no military, especially in a poor economy, can win guerrilla warfare. He also said no military, especially in a poor economy, can win guerrilla warfare, citing the recent victory of the Taliban in Afghanistan as an example. Which means he is making it clear that the terrorists are employing guerrilla tactics. Now, Gumi, how do you know that? Since you already have called them your warriors and you understand the tactics, the formation that they will be using to attack Nigerians, it simply means you are part of them. You are, if not leading them. They are your warriors. Like you said, these terrorists are your warriors. And he made it clear here that the terrorists are engaging in guerrilla warfare. With who? That's the question. Because the same government are not attacking the terrorists. The same government, rather than attack the terrorists, they go to Imo State and attack innocent people. So who is it that these bandits are fighting guerrilla warfare against? Now let me find where this people in the where people talk about how they engage terrorists. Let me find something like that. But an example is what is happening in Biafra land. You see, these terrorists, they go in to stay in the forest. They go in to stay in the forest, and then they launch their attack against innocent Biafrans, from their forest. So isn't this the guerrilla attack that Gumi is talking about? Is this not the guerrilla attack that Gumi is talking about? So Gumi knows exactly how this terrorist operates, the same people he is calling his warrior. He understands how they operate. And recently we have read reports from Reuters talking about how Nigerian army chase after women who escape from these terrorists. Nigeria army, they go after them, chase after them, catch up with them, and ensure that they abort the pregnancies of those who are pregnant. Now, this is the reason why Gumi can walk around with Nigeria army. This is why Gumi can walk around without the Nigerian government doing anything. This is why Gumi can come out and support terrorists in broad daylight, and Nigeria government would rather keep a man who is asking for them to respect the rule of law in jail. And European Union would rather send people to come to Nigeria to observe elections from a government, from a country that does not want to respect its own laws. Now, what type of election is that? A country that has no respect for its own laws. That is why European Union will keep quiet in the statement of Gumi in his support for terrorism. That is why they will keep quiet in support of terrorism. And I do not believe that it is about oil and gas. No. This cannot be about oil and gas. This is far more than oil and gas. The reason the world is quiet is far more than oil and gas. There is this hatred against Biafrans for no reason. For no reason. And that is why Biafrans, we must save ourselves. This year, we must save ourselves. Because in the moment they kill you, Gumi and the rest of them who are supporting him will come out and call them your warrior and call them their warriors. And call them their warriors. Last time I spoke about the reason why most of us have not risen. The reason why Nigerians are moribund. Because we have lost our value system. We do not value ourselves enough. We do not have a proper value system. The Nigerian entity has destroyed our values. Therefore, our scale of preference, our scale of preference has been rubbished. These days, people think more about money than protecting their lives. These days, the only solution that people see is leaving the country, running away from the problem, rather than facing the problem head on. Even those who do not have the resources, enough resources to leave, are not doing anything to protect themselves. Your value system. Do you value yourself enough to rise up and do whatever that you can to defend yourself? Do you value your people enough that you rise up and speak for your people? Look at the massacre that has been going on. Look at the government going to Okigwe and massacring people. If you people should rise up, if those who portray themselves as leaders should rise up and condemn it in great numbers, that nonsense will not happen again. But because you have made yourself available as a tool, because even silence itself shows that you agree. If you do not speak up, one day they will rise up and say, after all, they did not speak up, which means they actually liked it. We are killing them and they liked it. And therefore, they are telling you what you like and what you do not like. But the fact is that nobody knows you better than yourself. Nobody. No one knows you more than you. So when they come up tomorrow and say you liked it, oh, they like that, the fact that we were killing them, that is why Gumi is calling those their warriors. If you are wherever you are in hell, if I were God, I'll put you to the worst place in hell. Because the responsibility to qualify yourself is dependent on you. Nobody has the right to define you, to qualify you, except you. And the fact that you have kept silent, the fact that we have kept silent to the slaughter of our own people, shows the value that we have for life itself. The fact that at this moment, in this struggle, that the Eastern Security Network are doing the needful to protect our land. Some people come out to be used to make videos and make accusations against those that are protecting the lives of Biafran people and those call themselves Biafrans. The fact that we still have those kind of people breeding in our land, what does it tell us? Are we ready? Are you ready for freedom? Are you ready for freedom? How can you say you are ready for freedom when you have not even defined yourself in a positive light? Because the fact that you let people come kill you and get away with it means you have no value for your life. Even if you have a chicken and somebody comes from nowhere, kill your chicken, will you let the person go? Will you let the person go? Are you swimming in olive oil, calling it anointing oil? Doing all the New Year resolutions and all of that. Olive oil cannot save you. If olive oil saves, this pastor that was attacked some time ago wouldn't be running around with private jets. Armored cars. These pastors running around in armored cars, they would not be doing that. They are doing that because they know that that oil is their business, to make money out of the gullibles. To make money out of the gullible. So 2023, I think the first thing that we must do is find value. Find our own value. We must find our own value. Because if you do not say this is who I am, if you cannot say this is who I am, you have to go with whatever others say you are. You do not have a choice. You must go with whatever somebody else says you are. Look at Gumi saying that these terrorists are their warriors. He is defining them. He's defining them. How have you defined yourself? How have you defined your brothers? How have you defined your sisters? Those that are fighting for you, the ESN. Are you coming out every day to get paid so that you can tarnish the image of those who are having sleepless nights to save Biafran people? Sometimes we can also learn from our enemies. We can learn from those who have brought themselves out as our enemies. someone coming out publicly to defend terrorist organization, to defend terrorists. Call them warriors. They are warriors. To call them their warriors. This is how they want to package themselves this 2023. This is how they want to project themselves 2023 as warriors. Who are you warring against to begin with? Because you are not fighting with the Nigerian army. The Nigerian armies are in Biafra land killing innocent people. Killing innocent people. They went to a Hamofu. They unlocked the keys of the community, the gates to the community. They unlocked the key and let the terrorist in so that the terrorist can go in and take over the land of the people. So who exactly are those that Gumi are calling warriors, warring against? They are warring against you. They are warring against you that just made a 2023 New Year resolution. They are warring against you. It is a war against you. It takes war to make warriors. It takes war to make warriors. Gumi wouldn't have called them warriors if there was no war. Do you know that there is war even to begin with? Are you acting like there is war? Have you dug trenches? Have you contributed towards the funding of ESN? If you do not give money, fine. How many rounds of ammunition? How many AKs have you bought? Don't you understand that there is war? The statement from Gumi, does it not clearly tell you that there is war and it is not against the government? It is against you. Remember when in southern Kaduna, several parts of the north, actually, not just southern Kaduna, several parts of the north, wherever the terrorists go to, they switch off the internet connectivity. They switch it off so that nobody will hear them when they are killing them. They switch them off. And what are you doing? Do you not know that there is no time like now? On the 31st, some people, rather than end their year blowing knockout, making noise, making merry, drinking and partying, they decided to take a walk and protest. That is wonderful. That is good. But this year we must take it more than protest. If they come to kill us, we kill them. Anybody who comes to kill you, you kill the person. That is the only way to bring peace. You cannot every day be dying. Live your life in the mercy of other people. Live your life in the mercy of terrorists that tomorrow will still be called warriors. And the truth is, no one can hurt you without your permission. Nobody. Nobody can hurt you until you give the person the right to hurt you. Nigeria cannot hurt you until you give Nigeria the right. You surrender your power to Nigeria to hurt you. That is when they will hurt you. Hence, I said last year, a few days ago actually, that if you hold yourself in high esteem, others will have no choice than to hold you in the same level that you hold yourself. If you hold yourself in high esteem, others will have no choice than to give you the same respect that you are giving to yourself. The way you treat yourself, the way that you are treating yourself, you wake up in the morning, you eat good food, you drink water, you exercise even. That is a message that you are sending to people on how to treat you. If you go out doing things that are detrimental to your health, doing things that are detrimental to your own existence, it simply means that you have no respect for yourself. You have no respect for yourself. Do you have respect for yourself? If you do have respect for yourself, take back your power, because nobody can hurt you until you give the person the permission. Did you listen to, I was having a conversation with somebody, I believe today, and the person was saying, these people are fighting against these people. They are not even fighting against the enemies. I said, yes. Do you know why? Because those people were never part of us to begin with. You cannot be part of us to begin with, and you are fighting those who you should be fighting side by side. You are fighting against them. Those who you should be fighting side by side with, you are fighting against them. Then you were never really part of us to begin with. It is like, for example, an officer in what we are doing. Like, let me give an example. An ESN officer releasing information to the public that will affect the organization. Don't you know that you, even if it is a speech, even if it is not documented information, even if it is just something you said in a negative perspective, in a negative light against the organization you say that you're working with, you are doing harm to the organization. You are simply working against them. I was listening the other day to some Facebook. I don't like listening to just any Facebook, but that day I had reason to. And I saw somebody come out, make statements that you are not supposed to make. It is not your office. And statements that ridicule IPOB. And you still call yourself a leader of IPOB. No one can hurt you without your permission. Nobody. Nobody can hurt Biafrans without the permission of Biafran people. Nobody can hurt IPOB without the permission of IPOB members. If you hold yourself in high esteem, others will have no choice than to hold you in the same level that you hold yourself. Nobody can ever hurt you until you give the person the power. We will go on a short break and we will come back just to conclude our program this evening. The line is still open. You can call in. I will. Let me call out the number before we go on a short break. Let me quickly call out the number so that you can reach us and make your voice heard this day. Even if you want to maybe say thank you to those who are leading the struggle, to our leader Mazi, Nnamdi Kanu, to the DOS, I will give you short time to make it snappy. And the number to call is +27 78 064 5457. I repeat, the number to call is +27 78 064 5457. We will be right back so that we can conclude. Thank you.
Another Savior. My name is Mobi M. Special dedication to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War. In the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight. And they were singing out, holy, 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 it's another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 it's another Savior. Holy, holy, it's another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. When I'm singing along, holy, Nnamdi Kanu is another Savior. Holy, Nnamdi Kanu is another Savior. When I sing along, holy, is another Savior. Right and getting moving faster now.
Of course, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is our savior, the savior of the indigenous people of Biafra, the savior of Nigerians, the savior of the black race. We spoke about the statement made by Gumi that terrorists are their warriors. Terrorists are their warriors. Gumi made this statement calling terrorists their warriors. In other words, he is fully in support of this terrorist. And that actually reminds me of something that somebody else said. Because these things, I want to bring it up so that you understand the kind of picture that these people are painting. So that you understand that this is not just a statement that just came out. No, this is how they revere these terrorists who are killing you. This is to show you the kind of hate that they have on you. Remember that Adamu Garba said Boko Haram and Fulani bandits are northern Nigeria freedom fighters. Now, remember that while we go to this call. This is Adamu Garuba said Boko Haram and Fulani bandits are northern Nigeria freedom fighters. The same thing Gumi is beautifying them, calling them warriors. Calling them warriors. Let's go to this caller. Hello caller, Happy New Year and welcome to Hello Motherland on Radio Biafra. Please go ahead.
Mazi, good evening. Good evening. Good evening. And Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
I'm very, very happy. Yes, I'm very, very happy to be hearing all the voice of our God-given broadcasters. In fact, the greatest thing Mazi Nnamdi Kanu have done to us is this Radio Biafra.
Each time I listen to Radio Biafra, I'm confident that we are eventually getting back our nation, which Britain came and destroyed in 1804. Britain is a wicked Satan, wicked devil. If there is Satan, you should look at Britain as the Satan that is controlling the world. But God is wonderful. Elohim, the God of our ancestors, is wonderful. He brought out Nnamdi Kanu at this particular time. 2014, on fateful Saturday, around 8 o'clock, I tuned in my radio. For the first time, I hear this voice of this man. I was dancing and dancing and dancing and dancing and dancing. I was alone in the room, in the village. I was dancing. I says, so God, you have remembered us again. So God, you have remembered Ndibo again. Because when Ojukwu died, when they killed Ojukwu, when they poisoned Ojukwu and he died, his health deteriorated, he died. They say, it's all over. It's all over. All of a sudden, God remember us. But from that day till today, I've been listening to Radio Biafra. And I discovered that God is truly Biafra. And Biafra is God. We are the children of God. If they are the creator of the universe, we are his children. We cannot be defeated. Britain did a very terrible thing on us. 1804, when they destroyed our governing body, tradition, cultures, everything that hold us, and dispersed the entire people of Aro all over the whole places. Go to Asia, go to Yara, go to so many parts of places. You see the Aros, Arondizog, all of them, scatter all of them. That means we were having a government and they came and they destroy everything. They are trying to come and tell us nonsense with their hopeless book written for them. Well, I thank you, my brother. Still hope to speak on this forum on my own very account of what I know about Biafra, what I know about the Civil War, what I know about all I know, because I was there when it all happened. And God blessed me with a very fine memory, very, very, very beautiful memory God blessed me with. I never forget anything. So in due course, I'm still expecting you to make a time. Let me speak on this forum. On my own maybe it will go a long way to strengthen those doubting Thomas. Because after the war, they removed history from the school curriculum. Blindfold all the incoming generations. Because it is when you teach somebody, that is when you learn. If you are not teaching, you are not learning. Teaching comes when you are teaching somebody. There is inspiration that opens and you keep learning from what you are teaching. So how do you remove school is history? So you blindfolded all this generation that are jumping around talking about the election every 4 years. And they keep making mistake all over and all over again. If you open your mouth to tell somebody something that will be beneficial to him, he will look at you, these people, you just leave you alone. Yet he's making mistake every other day of his life. So thank you, and thank all the members of DOS who have been holding firm to this particular struggle. And I know very sure that God knows why he kept Nnamdi Kanu there. Biafra is coming, Biafra is coming. You can imagine children of Israel stayed up to 400 and some fraction years in Egypt, and yet today they are still a nation. Talk less of 1804 to now. Mazi, thank you very much. I'm very, very happy. My heart is filled with joy for this new year. May God bless everybody that listened to Radio Biafra. If you have not been listening to Radio Biafra, please make it a point of duty because that is where you learn. Especially that very particular Saturday program of that great man called Jonathan Chinedu and that woman. Those people are another, how do I put it? Those people are wonderful. Because if you don't know your history, you don't know where you're going from. You don't know where you're going to. You are blind. These people are making us great, making wonders in this particular radio. Thank you, Mazi. God bless us this particular year. We are getting Biafra.
Thank you.
There is no amount of thing they will do. They will never succeed. European will never succeed. Britain has fallen. Because of Biafra, Britain will fall. Britain will disperse into oblivion. I'm telling you. All this power they think they have quenched Biafra. It is all lies. Because Biafra is God's inheritance. We are getting Biafra. Thank you, my brother. God bless you abundantly.
Thank you. God bless you too. Thank you very much. Bye. We will continue doing the work that we are doing here on Radio Biafra because we do not have a choice. We will continue to ensure that we leave the damnable zoological republic, like our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu would call it. Look at a country that parades itself as a democratic country. They abducted a man who basically is teaching them what democracy is about, the rule of law, and they abducted him only to give security and to make things okay for those who are actually working against the state, those who are actually promoting terrorism. That is a place that is called Nigeria. That is a place that is called Nigeria. So let me quickly go to this this write-up from Cable. It's about who is Nigeria, who really is a Nigerian, and then it says nobody. At a point it says since 1947 to date, the word Nigerian does not have any meaning whatsoever in substance. It is not a language, a tradition, a culture, a way of life. Nigerianness is nothingness. There is nothing substantial that you can point to and say this is Nigerian. What you have is form. We must distinguish between form and substance. The form of a thing, that is trying to define Nigeria as a form, that is something that is still in its own raw state, that has not gotten to the final state that it should. It says we must distinguish between form and substance. The form of a thing and its substance are entirely different, and it is important to explain this. Glass is a substance made from sand, soda ash, and limestone melted together at a high temperature. Cup is a form with a characteristic feature that ensures it can be used for drinking, usually with a handle. A glass cup, therefore, has full meaning. This is a very simple illustration of how a form differs from a substance. I believe, let me just stop here, because I believe that this is how a lot of people see Nigeria as since they say Nigeria doesn't really mean anything and nobody is a Nigerian, therefore Nigeria is without form. Nigeria is something that has to be formed into something. Reason why they said Nigeria never existed since its creation, only on paper, which means they are thinking that there is a possibility of Nigeria existing. But you must understand that for Nigeria to exist, be it as a form or as a substance, be it as a substance as the case may be, for Nigeria to exist as a substance, you that have your own identity, because they have already told you that you are not a Nigerian. So you that already have an identity, you that have a history, you that have lands that belongs to you, which is part of your identity, your culture, your everything that you are, it means you have to leave everything that you are. You have to throw away who you are. You have to be a nobody so that you can be squeezed and melted into Nigeria, so that you can be Nigeria. That is why being a Nigeria takes away everything. It takes away your integrity. That is why when you go to any place and say, I am a Nigerian, they look at you like, who is this animal? Because for you to be a Nigerian, it means you have to lose yourself. You have to lose your self-esteem. You have to lose your values. You have to have no value for who you are before you can now become a Nigerian. And then the Fulanis that the British government handed Nigeria over to administer can now crush you into the kind of person that they want you to become. That is what being a Nigeria means. It means the loss of your identity. The loss of your identity. That is what being a Nigerian is. And as far as we are concerned, we are not Nigerians because we have an identity. There is an identity. We are Biafrans. That is our identity. That is where who we are. And that is what we are trying to pass on to generations yet unborn. Not nothingness. Not nothingness. I wanted to read this out today because in a way, after reading this and having this kind of understanding of the fact that Nigeria means nothing, yeah, for anybody who is talking about promoting Nigeria, even for a day, is promoting nothingness. And when you are promoting nothingness, you are giving somebody the opportunity to mold that nothingness into something. And believe you me, when you have given the opportunity, like in this case, to the Fulanis, who are in control of the government, they are in control of the army, they are in control of every section of Nigeria itself. What do you think you have given them that power to do? Do you have given them the power to kill you and take over your land? Look at since over a couple of years, since over 100 years that Nigeria has been in existence, what has been the case? You find out that people have lost themselves. People have lost their self-esteem. People have given up everything for Nigeria. And if you hold yourself in high esteem, people will hold you in high esteem. How can you hold yourself in high esteem? Number one, by proper self-evaluation. You must be able to evaluate yourself properly. Be able to say, this is exactly who I am. And how do you evaluate yourself? You must be able to look inward. Pay attention to the things that you listen to. Pay attention to the things that you do. Pay attention to building yourself. To pay attention to yourself. That is how you evaluate yourself. There is a thin line between there is a thin line between self-respect and being self-absorbed. Because when you self-evaluate yourself, you get to a point where you now understand who you are. And when you have an understanding of who you are, you have self-respect. Self-respect just comes with having an understanding of self. It is like having a cup that I do not understand the purpose of this. I will not have respect for that cup because I can use it for whatever that comes to my mind. I can use it for whatever that comes to mind, whether it's it properly gives I'm trying to find the right word. I have problems with English, finding right words in English. But you find out that if you do not understand the purpose of a thing, you cannot value it. You cannot value something or have respect for something that you do not understand. Therefore, the first step to proper self-evaluation means understanding you, understanding yourself. When you understand yourself, you now have self-respect for yourself. And there is a thin line between that and being self-absorbed. So it is therefore easy for one to say you, because you are fighting to protect yourself, you have self-respect for yourself. Then somebody will see you and say, no, you are self-absorbed. You are doing this because this. Though, do not let anybody tell you that you are self-absorbed because you are trying to defend yourself. No. What you are doing is what anybody who loves himself or herself does. Somebody who has value for his or her life does. I have a caller on the line. Caller, Happy New Year. Please go ahead. This is Hello Motherland on Radio Biafra. Please go ahead. Your name and where you're calling from.
Okay, Mazi. Good evening from here.
Dalo.
Yeah, Mazi. I remain Mazi Emmanuel. I am calling from Paris. By the special grace of Chukwokika Biama. I am serving the indigenous people of Biafra as the Paris Zonal Coordinator. And in addition now, I am also serving newly, I am serving as National PRO of France. So, Mazi, I want to appreciate all your lecture this very night. You have done us proud. The lecture, you are detailing it the way it's supposed to be. Before I go ahead, I want to remind our people in Paris of our upcoming meeting on the 8th of this very month, this very January 2023. You know, as at our normal usual place, and the time is 3:30 p.m. This very 8th of this very month. So I am urging all of you, the indigenous people here living in Paris, to endeavor to turn up so that we can start this very new year, because there is no time to waste. We have no time. There are a lot of things we are going to discuss that very day, and we don't no more tolerate latecomers. Let us try to make it as the people we are living in their own country. When you say 3:30 p.m., you have to be very, very accurate, or you have to come on time so that we can have time to discuss many things before our time will run up. So I want to release my number. If you are finding it difficult, or you are a new person, you want to join IPOB in Paris, I want to say you can call me on 0753 017881. You can reach me on that. The number is in WhatsApp and the signal. That is for the call. If you need any information or you want to join IPOB, you contact that very number and you will be answered. Mazi, I love it the way you are calling it the real name, because there is no two ways by calling a terrorist a bandit, you know, because bandits are just ordinary picking pockets, ordinary hungry people who are about to searching for something to eat like every other criminals on the road, but or in the street. But terrorists, when I was growing up, I only hear terrorists on the. I only hear terrorists in the in the Bible. I never knew that terrorists do exist. Hello, Mazi. Am I coming out?
You are. Please go ahead.
Yes. When I was small, I never knew that terrorists do exist physically, because that time we normally had from the Bible when they read, you shall never be afraid of the terror and all those kind of stuffs. But I never knew that the human beings that we are even living in the geographically area that called Nigeria are full of terrorists. These people mean no good to us. Mazi, you can remember that you have mentioned a lot of our people, they are lifting up from our land, taking them to Abuja, from Abuja to Niger State. Then the question you should ask yourself, is our own region not qualified to harbor our own people? Why are they taking our people to the northern Nigeria? And when you look at around, you will find out that the reason why they are taking our people to the northern Nigeria is where it will be easier for them to disappear them, to harvest their organ, so that Britain can immediately from there and take it to their own land. Mazi, a lot of things are happening to Biafran people, especially Igbo-speaking Biafrans. And here we are, watching the silence of the so-called people who has been antagonizing IPOB in all angles. Antagonizing IPOB. Is it because they are not seeing what is happening? Is it because it's not them that people are seeing? Or is it because they are not the one leading? So when you question their silence, you find out that it is because all of them has been compromised. All of them has been compromised. And when you are compromised, you can never stand tall anymore. You can never, you see nothing, you say nothing, you will remain mute. That is what we have been witnessing in our land. You see everywhere they are burning here now, burning all around Igbo, that is interland of Biafra. Wherever they are burning today is a places where you can even find out that when you check well, you find out that there are some things they have discovered there, and they want to decimate the people around there so that they will pave way for the criminals that are these foreign invaders who are coming in the name of Fulani and in the name of British and the Europeans. Mazi, if we don't rise up this very year, if we don't rise up this very year, look at Nigeria. So you call yourself a Nigeria, then they are killing some part of the so-called Nigeria, and the mainstream media are not even talking of it. The other part, Lagos, Abuja, all of them are doing their normal business, going to church, doing, cruising while other parts are bleeding. As our HOD have said it, we are no longer going to tolerate all these their senseless killings, because we have reached to the whole world and we have informed the whole world. They can never say we are not informed, or they were busy in Ukraine, or they were busy somewhere else. We are not going to tolerate it anymore. So Mazi, I appreciate what you are doing, and I say may Chukwu Okike Abiyama continue to energize all of you on this very hallowed platform, and Chukwu Okike should guide our leader and protect him for us. And very soon, we are not begging the zoo to release our leader, because our leader committed no crime. He committed no offense known on this very earth. He committed nothing. So they must release our leader and they grant us the date of referendum. We are still saying referendum now because of the way IPOB have structured and, piloting this very affair. The time of referendum may come and go very soon. But they should know that our patience does not mean that we are very, very weak. Mazi, thank you very much. And they were from here.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dalo. That was a very, very, very important point. Yeah, actually, he made so many important points. I want to remind you that you can get in touch with him for the program on 075-301-7881. So if you are in the location, make sure that you get in touch with him as soon as possible so that you can be part of the event, so that you can add your voice to the millions of voices that of Biafrans that are demanding for a referendum, demanding for the release of the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. And he actually picked out something that while reading that press release, I wanted to touch on, but he made that very simple. So there is no need to really go there again. I hope you paid attention. This is Radio Biafra coming to you live from here in Johannesburg, South Africa. The time now is 54 minutes past the hour of 8 in the evening. And I believe it is 54 minutes past the hour of 7 in the holy and blessed land of Biafra. I will be rounding up this evening. I'll be rounding up very soon. I just want to encourage our people to do the needful, to ensure that we are not caught unawares, and to ensure that we do what we have to do to protect ourselves. Because if we do not protect ourselves, nobody will. Nobody else will. Nobody will come from their home to protect you. Nobody will come from their homes to make sure that you are okay. And it is important that we listen to the instruction from one of the governors of Nigeria, the governor of Bauchi State, asking the people of Bauchi to wake up and protect themselves. So I am asking you, Biafrans, I am asking you to wake up and protect yourself before it is too late, because we do not want to be in a situation like those in the north who are at the mercy of terrorists, who are applying what Gumi tagged as guerrilla tactics. We do not want to be in that position, in that state. So I ask you to ensure that you do what you can to protect yourself. And if you are looking at election as an alternative to save yourself, you better know that there is no saving you. Nigeria politics cannot save you. Now, let me read this news as we round up this evening. It is from, it says, former Army Chief Dambazao plans to rig 2023 elections, blame IPOB. Nnamdi Kanu led call it separatist group, but okay. That is IPOB. The indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, has accused the former chief of army staff, Major General Abdurraham Dambazwa, retired, of planning to rig the 2023 general elections, blackmailing it to cover up. That is blackmailing IPOB to cover up. IPOB, in a statement issued by its media and publicity secretary, Emma Powerful, Monday, said Dambazwa's recent comment that the secessionist group is a threat to 2023 election in the southeast region is a clear indication that the Fulani cabal is behind the insecurity in the region in an effort to rig the 2023 elections and blame it on the group. The secessionist group said these cabals are sponsoring Fulani terrorists. Excuse me, let me take it again. These cabals are sponsoring Fulani terrorist influx into Igbo land that are killing and sacking communities so that there will be no voting due to desertion of communities in Igbo land. These cabals are also behind infiltrators who are shouting no election in Biafra land. It is a premeditated plan to blame IPOB for voter apathy in Igbo land. They are also responsible for staging and parading criminals who claim to be working for IPOB. It is all part of the planned agenda to rig elections while blaming IPOB. And this report goes on to say IPOB alleges that the members of the cabal are working with politicians in the region to ensure the area does not know peace before the 2023 elections. With their well-planned media attacks and blackmail against IPOB, it is obvious that they see IPOB as the only obstacle to their evil agenda for all the indigenous nations trapped in the contraption called Nigeria. Even though we have consistently said that IPOB is not interested in Nigerian politics, the Fulani handlers of international terrorism and their leaders daily link IPOB into their plot to select Nigeria's leader and in their shambolic 2023 selection that they call election. They are just preparing ignorant people's minds to blame IPOB for their failure in an already rigged election, it said. Unfortunately, this is Nigeria, where many of the state executives are terrorist commanders. Even arrested terrorists are released and given VIP treatment, while unarmed freedom fighters are killed or detained indefinitely in dungeons that Nigeria calls detention facilities. We have maintained that IPOB has no plans to tell our people to boycott elections. We have chosen to remain neutral in the forthcoming 2023 fraudulent election. Anyone obstructing the election process is definitely working with the Fulani agendist and not IPOB. Our focus now is to dislodge the Fulani imported terrorists and locally recruited criminals who are demonizing IPOB before the international community. Just watch as events unfold. IPOB said it has nothing to do with what it described as Nigeria's fraudulent election, saying that its focus is on the release of its leader, Nnamdi Kanu, and getting a Biafra referendum date. Biafra agitation, championed by Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and IPOB worldwide, is recognized and considered peaceful, contrary to the blackmail by the Fulani government in Nigeria. We shall remain peaceful but resolute freedom fighters until Biafra freedom is achieved. That was from Sahara Reporters. And there is this other news I want to read while as we round up. It is also from Sahara Reporters. This is a real funny news, but I have to read it because it clearly shows that our people, it clearly shows that some people are beginning to see the handwriting on the wall. It says Southeast governors, senators, other political leaders are real enemies of Igbo land. This is by Ohaneze Council. I do not know how to relate to this, but yes, this is from Ohaneze Council. It says the Ohaneze Youth Council has decreed the poor leadership offered to Igbo nation by present Southeast governors and other acclaimed leaders. Um, the reason why I said I don't know how to feel about this is because one of the leaders of Ohanese, actually, the one that just passed away, said that before anybody should kill the Fulanis, that is the terrorists who come into our land, attack our people, kill our people, that he should be killed first. So this is the reason why I have no idea why these people chose to speak and call a spade a spade. That is by saying that the Southeast governors and other political leaders are the real enemies of Igbo land. We must realize that the insecurity in Southeast is as a result of the politicians who are who are trying to overdo each other. That is, they have been given the opportunity to kill each other and blame it on IPOB, so as to create insecurity in Biafra land, and as well as make sure that there is no election, because already they have selected the people who they want to represent them. So this issue that is going on in the Biafra land is totally promoted by Nigeria politicians, and they have said it a lot of times they have said it a lot of times that they are basically responsible for the insecurity. I also want to make this announcement. I came across this announcement today and I just want to announce it. It says ESN reserves mandated to fall back to base. It says ESN reserves mandated to fall back to base. So I ask you to please support ESN and support ESN, because ESN, they are doing the needful to ensure the protection of our land. They are doing the needful to ensure the protection of our land. Remember that the last caller spoke about the abduction and sending of our people to the north, especially to, I think that is Niger State. Recall what the last caller said about it, that the reason why they do that is to give them the easy access to harvest the organs of our people, so that they can transport those organs to Britain, to those who feel that your life do not matter. So as I conclude, I want you to understand that your life is very important, as important as those from Britain. You must understand that your life is precious. The life of every Biafran is very precious, but you must be able to introspect, to self-evaluate yourself by introspecting. Are you doing enough to protect yourself? Are you doing enough to protect the land? Are you doing enough to protect Biafra land? You cannot introspect until you are honest with yourself. You don't need to be honest with somebody else, but you must be honest with yourself. That is how you introspect. You self-evaluate yourself. So honesty is very important. And like the wife of our leader said yesterday about training the frontal lobe to be able to reason properly, to be able to perform various tasks such as reasoning properly. Self-evaluation helps us in that aspect. It helps us to be able to put that a part of our brain in action. And for us to be able to introspect, we must be honest with ourselves. Honesty means when we see where we are at fault, we recognize it. We say, yes, this is wrong. This character that I am living is wrong. And one of the things that is wrong with us is that it is very wrong. It is very hard for a black man to actually say, okay, I am actually going a wrong path. I'm actually going a destructive path. Now let me turn around. It is a very, very hard thing to do. Maybe because of ego, maybe because of a whole lot of things of which I do not have that time to really speak on that. But we must be honest with ourselves. We must understand that if we are honest with ourselves, we will know that, okay, this thing happening in this other community tomorrow might be happening in my community. That is being honest to yourself. And you cannot be honest with yourself if you do not love yourself. You must love yourself. You cannot properly love yourself if you do not know yourself. Hence, you first self-evaluate yourself. Find yourself so that you can love yourself enough, so that you can love yourself properly. Because you cannot love what you don't know. Research about yourself. This year, read books that tells you about yourself, that tells you about your history, that tells you how your ancestors used to live before the invasion and the destruction of your ways of life, of your values, of your culture. That is a very good way to find yourself and to love yourself. And finally, I want to say, as we go forth this night, this evening, please do not forget that you must believe in yourself. Until you believe in yourself, you will be merely a shell of yourself, just a shell of yourself, empty without anything. So first of all, believe in yourself. Nobody can defend you. Nobody can fight for you until you rise up to fight for yourself. Until you value yourself, you must believe in yourself before you have value for your life. And your belief gives your life substance. Your belief gives your life substance. Because you are a product of your belief. You are a product of your belief. For example, if you believe that you will always win, that you win, then you will not stop trying, because you know that once you stop trying, you won't win. So you will always keep trying. It is your belief. Your belief system gives you a substance. Therefore, I call on you, if you are doubting yourself, if you have some doubt on your capacity, on what you can do, remember that your ancestors fought the world. Basically, the Third World War fought with nothing. They had to make bombs out of nothing. They had to make fuel to fuel the jets they built themselves. Imagine then. So it is very important that we believe in ourselves, because if we do not, then we cannot achieve anything. As we go this evening, I want to thank you all, great Biafrans. I want to thank you all, lovers of freedom, for tuning in. I want to thank our leader, Hamadike Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, and I want to assure you that Biafra will come. There is no way, there are no two ways about it. Our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, has done what nobody can do for us. What nobody can do for us. What he has done for us, it is now in our hands to ensure that we do the final push, that our leader, Onyendo Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, is released. Whatever contribution that you can make, please ensure that you do that. Whatever, wherever you find that you can speak up, please ensure that you speak up. And please, 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 please let us support ESN. They are doing the needful. They are making huge sacrifices. They are making huge sacrifices. Like our lawyers who are doing amazing job, like the DOS who are doing wonderfully well. Support the structure that Onyendo Mazi Nnamdi Kanu kept in place. And if you have not listened to the broadcast of Mazi Chika Idozien, please make sure that you go and take a listen. That of the wife of our leader, make sure you take a listen. And that of Mazi Chinasaworu, make sure that you take a listen. Listen as often as you can. I wish you a wonderful night. Thank you, great Biafrans.
Nnamdi Kanu, Nnamdi Kanu, Nnamdi Kanu, Nnamdi Kanu, Nnamdi Kanu, Nnamdi Kanu,
This is Constructive Argument on Radio Biafra with Mazi Onoha. Bring your argument and we've got the solution. Constructive Argument. We hit below the belt. Radio Biafra. We've got you covered.
Good evening from here in UK, for everybody, and anyone listening wherever you may be in the world. I greet you, and I pray that Heavenly Father continue to protect our leader, Mazi Nnamdi, a speedy exit from the dungeon where he is. And so let the word of my mouth and the meditation of my heart be acceptable in thy sight, O Lord, my strength and my redeemer. We are continuing with this history about what happened to Biafrans. We are currently going to talk about the Onitsha invasion. There's an Onitsha sector. The reason why it's in the sector is because they surrounded us. So each corner of the battle, we call it sector. S-E-C-T-O-R, sector. So this is the Onitsha sector. It's not too difficult to follow what happened because, as you know, we've been, if you like, removed from the Midwest. So the next town after Asaba, of course, is Onitsha. And it's like a prized possession. They're rubbing their hands. They want to chase the Biafrans into Onitsha and destroy everything that moved. So it's not surprising that the invasion of Onitsha was meant to be ferocious. So there are three components to the invasion of Onitsha. There are three waves of invasion. The first two were waterborne. They have to cross the Niger Bridge. They have to cross the River Niger, rather, because we blew the Niger Bridge when we escaped or retreated from Asaba. The Niger Bridge was destroyed, so they couldn't use the Niger Bridge to enter Onitsha. So they could only come through River Niger by boat. So I will talk about the first two invasion, and then given the time we have, if we have enough time, then I'll start talking about the third invasion. We may have to defer because the third invasion involved a Bagana ambush. So let me begin then by talking to you about the Onitsha invasion. Onitsha, of course, is a prized possession for Nigeria because if you cross into Onitsha, then you can go from anywhere. You can go into the actual heartland of Biafra. You can get to where you can go to. You can go anywhere, and it's so close to the other side of Nigeria. They can just move in and the war, there'll be very little chance of us resisting. In other words, the major fight is very, very difficult. So the Onitsha sector was very important to understand. Recall that Nsukka has fallen, Ogoja has fallen, Enugu has fallen. They have attacked us in Calabar, Bonny Island, they are there, and now they want to cross from Onitsha, from Asaba into Onitsha. So this is where if you like, when the going gets tough, the tough gets going, or some people resign and surrender. If they entered Onitsha, it will be very difficult for us to continue the fight. So the people who are going to defend them are the ones who escaped from the Midwest, completely disorganized, because we talked last time about how saboteurs were trying to literally destroy the fabric of Biafran military. Everywhere you turn, there's a saboteur. But this occasion, when we crossed over into Onitsha, we have to make sure we're able to defend. It's like a do or die, as it were. So the boys waiting at Onitsha, they had to now toughen up, as it were, because it's the last ditch. So I've talked to you about the first invasion. The people confronting the troops at Onitsha was called the 2nd Division, led by Muratala Mohammed. It doesn't need any introduction about how he wanted to defeat the Biafrans. But it's against the background because Muratala Mohammed was one of the pupils in Tesi, Ghana, when Ojukwu was instructing there as a trainer. So Muhammad was asked to write an essay on how he would capture Onitsha from Asaba. So, if like, it's interesting. So he's now got an opportunity to do it in real life. So what Mohammed did was to gather serious firepower equipment. He wanted to immediately chase the Biafrans across the Niger, but his troops stopped at Asaba. As you know about the Asaba massacre, they spent days mopping people door to door. Even when they gathered in town square, they killed as many people as that slowed them down. That delay allowed Biafrans to try and reorganize. So that's really what happened. So we're now talking, therefore, around the 4th of October. Before the 4th of October, when the invasion came, what they did was to do what we call shelling. Shelling is when you send an artillery miles away from where you're staying. So from Asaba, you can imagine you can send the missile or artillery which land in Onitsha, which people didn't quite understand that if I remember what I said last time about Enugu, they'll shell us and then people go and chase where this bomb has landed and say the saboteur is there. So this time it's becoming clearer. So on the 4th of October, the shelling of Onitsha began. It got very, very heavy. So much so that the civilians started to evacuate from Onitsha. But the shelling was coming from Asaba. Okay? So they used about 8 to 10 boats to cross the Niger with all the equipment. And it was a very interesting encounter in the first invasion. Because what was happening, the Biafrans were waiting on the other side of the shore after the shelling, which was a heavy bombardment, as it were, with a long artillery. So they set off on the day of the invasion. And what then happened was, as they were coming across in the middle of the, if like a set of boats coming, and then when they got to the middle, they split into two. Yeah, some went to down towards the new the market, the Onitsha market beach, and everyone went to the actual head bridge. So they split into two. So what happened then was that the Biafrans waited when the shelling stopped. So the Nigerians embarked. They came out from their boats. And why would they do that? Because when they were doing all the shelling, we only had 6 rounds of bombs to throw at them. Out of the 20 rounds we had, 6 were fired, and then the machine packed up, so we couldn't lob any more artillery. So the Nigerian boats got closer and closer, but their boats. If you fire something that's armor plating, the bullet just bounce off. So they were really gaining the upper hand. So it was a pretty drastic thing. So after they got closer to shore and all the bombardment from their heavy equipment, the armored vehicles, they blew up along the coast where our boys were camped in trenches. So our boys had to withdraw and went to regather themselves away from the coastal lines. So they reorganized themselves around St. Charles College, the seminary, and Borromeo Hospital when the Nigerian army landed. Okay, so what then happened was the Nigerian army went straight to the Onitsha market. As you know, the Onitsha market, there was once upon a time the British went there and said there's nothing you can't buy from Onitsha market. It was a very popular market. And because of the nature of our evacuation, we never seemed to learn the need to pack every essential and move it away from the enemy fire line. The Onitsha was not evacuated orderly. They left in a hurry, as usual. So when the Nigerian troops got to Onitsha market, the first thing they did was to set it ablaze. They burnt it down. It's like a punishment, really. So they're not really coming to reunite Nigeria. They're coming to punish the Igbos. So they torched, if you like, the market. They burnt it down. This was the largest market of its nature in the whole of Black Africa. So they just burnt it and destroyed everything they can destroy. So they went burning, towns and villages around the area. Meanwhile, our troops were now using they set their headquarters 6 miles away from Onitsha, about a place called Ugidi. And the Nigerian troops moved on until as far as the, if you like, the Dennis Memorial Grammar School, which, as you know, is an elite school for the Biafrans. And it's got this famous motto of Primus inter pares, first among equals. It's a really elite school. So to see it being occupied by Nigerians is quite enough to upset some of the troops. So anyway, what then happened was the Biafrans were organized in 2 strong companies. One of them was led by Major Chinedu, who was seasoned as a regular soldier in the Nigerian army, but then he became a Biafran soldier and officer. He led one group, and the other person who was in charge was someone called Joe Achizie. It was the first time we're hearing about him, although he was in the Midwest during the war, before Onitsha was attacked. So Joe Achizie, later on became quite famous. This was the first time he's going to show up to show what he can do. So he is a volunteered militia officer. So he was commanding a set of group of Biafran troops, so between himself into 2, to haven't allowed Nigerians to land because they couldn't defend where they were. They now have 2-pronged. So those 2 actually was advancing on the new Market Road axis, while Nsudu was advancing on the old Market forces. So the Nigerians were again taken unawares. They couldn't, that after all the bombardment they did, the Biafran was still around. So the Biafrans chased them. Okay, and was a lot of chaos and disruption to them. Okay, so there are 2-pronged attack by our boys to envelop the Nigerian troops, and they were able to advance along both the old Market Road and the new Market Road, both Achizie and Kanu and their Major Nsudu chasing them. So they cleared the Dennis Memorial Grammar School complex and chased them down the road, basically, and the Nigerians were very shocked. And the most important thing was at the ferry head, when they got there, after pursuing them back to the river, or back to the River Niger, they found that Nigeria were trying to unload one of the armored vehicles. Yeah, but before they could unload it, Biafran troops arrived and chased the rest of the Nigerian troops away. So this armored vehicle was captured intact, and the rest of them fled and chased them into the sea, into the river. So the good news was that this first invasion was aborted. The Biafra were able to chase the Nigerians back into the River Niger. Most of them drowned on their way trying to escape. So the operation, as you know, started from 1 o'clock, and by 5 o'clock, they were chased back. So those Biafran troops then regrouped, and we took their original position. That's the first invasion. I'm going to move very quickly. The second invasion was about 7 days afterwards. This time was followed by 10 days, non-stop area bombardment. The Nigerians used jet fighters, Russian jet planes, for 10 consecutive days, in the morning, all the way from dusk to dawn, for 10 non-stop days of high, fighting with jet fighters. And they just terrorized the town, blew everything that they could before the second invasion. On the second invasion, the Biafran troops their morale was so high because they thought, why can these people be so stupid to come again after the first? Didn't they learn the lesson from the first one? So they were well dug in, and they had more weapons which they captured from Nigeria from the first invasion. So they actually had a higher morale. They used their landmines, their winigrays, the rockets made by the Biafran scientists were all position. But the 10 days of non-stop bombardment, the Biafran thought maybe this is just a punitive, more of a punishment raid, because the Nigerians will not be stupid enough to come again by a boat across the Niger River. But nonetheless, they did a second attempt to cross over. This time, the Biafran officers went round the trenches to ask their boys to get ready, that they're coming, get ready, they're coming. But the Biafran troops just ignored the officers, and they were playing cards and said, don't worry about it. These people are a bit stupid coming at the second time. Say, it's like they were not bothered by the fact that the Nigerians are coming again. So and they said they're waiting for them to come into what they call effective killing range. So as the boat carried on and got about the middle of the stream, and again, the Biafrans opened up with what they had. The most interesting thing about the second invasion was a Biafran-made rocket was launched. This rocket took off. Okay, it caused quite an excitement. The rocket took off when it was fired, and there was about halfway. It caused a bit of panic because the rocket veered right and then right again. In other words, if someone goes going straight and turn right angle and then right angle again, it's coming back where it was launched. So this caused some panic for Biafrans because the rocket they sent to blow up the Nigerian boats were not rushing back to where the Biafrans were. All of a sudden, this rocket then turned again and went and blew up one of the Nigerian boats about 200 meters away. So there's a huge cheer from the Biafrans because they thought they're in trouble because their own rocket was going to blow them up, but it turned out and hit one of the Nigerian boats. So this caused an amazing excitement because it appears that the Biafran-made rocket for the first time was going to hit a target, and it blew up the Nigerian boat and caused it to sink, and lots of Nigerians were jumping overboard and screaming because of the I'm not glorifying war. It's a very nasty thing, but you have to understand the actual situation. Because Biafrans were trying to survive, they devised a rocket which was able to take off, although I'm not sure about the guidance system, which was one of the first early rockets they had, was able to go and blow up a boat inside the River Niger, which Nigerians were using to come and attack them on the second wave. So it took about, they launched about 10 boats or so. Within 2 hours, the 6 of them were sunk. And the Nigerians had about 3 or 4 boats left, even though they sent some more. They decided to turn around, and lots of them died without actually this time hitting the shore. So there was a lot of celebration by the Biafrans because the scientists helped them, and they crowned something. They devised something called the shore battery. That's the nickname of what they've done, because at one stage they want to electrify the whole of the coastal line so Nigerians can't get in. So they looked at a combination of scientists and a combination of Biafran bravery and soldiers. They worked together to prevent the Nigerians landing on the second occasion. So following the victory on the second occasion, HAUSA was then commissioned after recommendation by Kanu to join the regular Biafran army. So he was given an honorary major in the Biafran regular army. So up until then, it was what they called the militia. Militia were like the civilians. In other words, they weren't in the army before the war started, but they're now regular army, Biafran army. So HAUSA then got his rank and began to demonstrate his bravery. The exciting thing about it was that HAUSA was commissioned to join the Biafran army, but then he went with a 2-battalion rifle brigade. He raided Nsukka, and with 2 rifle brigades, raided Nsukka and was able to cause a lot of damage. But his fame, it's like he became a war hero all of a sudden. But the only problem with that is that they now said if a civilian who's been in the Biafran army can do what HAUSA is doing, what are the regular people doing? So the regulars should learn from him, and he has gone and destroyed the Nigerian soldiers in Nsukka. All that remains is that he haven't destroyed the Nigerian army in Nsukka, which isn't true. That all that remains, and it's cut off those in Nsukka. All the army have to now go and do is to go and clear Enugu, because the people who are in Enugu have been trapped because Achizi have gone and destroyed them in Nsukka. But it's not true, because it's like a propaganda, which is really need to be analyzed. What I'm saying here is that Achizi, although he scored some successes, but they exaggerated it, which then put more pressure on their own people, because they said he's fighting more than others, trying to create enmity unnecessarily. And the second thing then happened after the second invasion was someone called Colonel Ahanya, who became our buff leader. I'll tell you about him later. BOF is the Biafra Organization of Freedom Fighters. This guy organized them. But he went to Onitsha to go and congratulate the boys. When he was there was an air raid. Like Nigerians, after you beat them in any battle, they send a plane to go and try and tell you that they're still in charge. So the air raid came. This Colonel Ahanya said they shouldn't shoot at the plane with their rifles, because the jet fighters and the rifle don't mix. Jet fighters just too fast, and all you're going to do is to alert the plane where you are, and then they come and blow you up. So the colonel persuaded them not to use their rifle. But when the plane left, they turned around and said the colonel was not a saboteur, because he didn't want them to shoot down the plane that was flying so low. So the colonel was descended upon and beaten up by the soldiers. And they took Brigadier Wawo, who came and rescued him. And that brigadier was also accused of being on the side of the Colonel Anyanya. And they both had to the police had to intervene to rescue them from being beaten up. Anyway, so that was the second invasion and the side effects to it. The third one is now something totally strange. On the third invasion, remember, this started in October. By November, end of November, a big invasion was ready. At this time, looking at it from the Nigerians' point of view, they told Colonel Muratali Mohammed that this going across the Niger Bridge is not the right thing to do, because the Biafrans are waiting for you. So it's very difficult to do a seaborne invasion or across the River Niger invasion. So they persuaded him to go up to Ida, right north, and invade Onitsha from the Nsukka sort of area. I don't know if I'm making sense. Instead of crossing between Asaba to Onitsha, he now had to go up north, where Ida, and then come down, and it's about 80 miles away. So he has to do an 80-mile round trip to come into Onitsha if he really wants to take Onitsha. So that was the third invasion. Now, this is where it didn't make it on Onitsha till about March, 1987. Okay, so 1980. The war. So he started his campaign to take Onitsha end of November 1967. He didn't enter Onitsha till about March 1968. So it's quite a lot of battle they have to fight on the way. So because of time constraint, I'll tell you briefly about the third invasion. The third invasion was started because Nigerians were desperate to get Onitsha. Onitsha is a key port and a key area. If they capture it, they have access into Biafran, if you like, heartland or hinterland. So it was so Muratali Mohammed assembled what called a brigade strength of enemy infantry. When you have a brigade strength, that's a huge number. It's like there's nothing. It's like a bulldozing military. You can bulldoze any attack, and the Nigerian military had such supply that they don't have to resupply them. They have all their weaponry. They had enough people. Somebody said up to about 20,000 people were on the move. So there's a huge number. So what he did when the Biafran realized is no longer going to come through River Niger across Asaba, they have to then consider the options. Should they go and attack Asaba again? We didn't have enough firepower, weapons, or means to attack Asaba, because if you attack Asaba, you keep that troop over there. But if he couldn't, then you have to defend the march from Ida all the way down to Onitsha, which is a lot of ground to cover. So they know the Biafran will have to make sure the ground that they're going to likely to travel, the road, are obviously well booby-trapped, mined, obstacles laid in the way. So the Nigerian troops, they also had people who can clear the road for them. They had construction equipment to rebuild the road, to build the bridges. If you build the bridges, they have to reconstruct it. So in addition to this, they were really determined to enter Onitsha. And one of the enemy soldiers that was captured was shouting or crying out, Anisha Sushai. I don't know how you pronounce Sosai in Hausa. So Anisha Sushai, which someone translates Onitsha without delay. So they were in a hurry to enter Onitsha. So it started their actual attack. The people defending them, of course, is Brigadier Nwawo and in the 11th Division, Biafran Army, and 53 Brigade under Kanu. So those are the ones assigned to those area to defend. In addition, Ojukwu sent 480 bolt action rifles, and as a result of it, another battalion, the Special Task Force, was formed using that on the spot. He also sent the mercenaries who were fighting in Enugu to come and assist in preventing Maritela from entering Onitsha, because it's a really heavy assault there is coming. So someone called Captain Le Roy, which is a French-sounding name, L-E, and then Le, and then Roy, R-O-I-S. Le Roy was a captain of one of the mercenaries. So he brought with him 6 brand new 81mm mortars, shells, and managed to get 300 bombs with it from Ojukwu to assist in stopping Maritela Mohammed. So what then happened was on the day at Opata, that's where the first battle occurred. The first battle was at Opata. They really came there was no. So the battle raged for about 2 days non-stop, ceaseless firepower by the Nigerian army with armor. When you have armor, it means you have ferret cars. It's difficult to stop armor. They're just coming with lavish artillery, bombarding everywhere, thinking that after bombarding for a huge degree of bombardment. The reason I'm explaining all this is so that we all know the type of firepower they had. From where they set off, step by step, they obviously took town after town after town. But the battle of a place called Amadim Olo was one of the fiercest. At this particular area, the artillery opened up about 5 morning and non-stop till about, let's say about 2 o'clock in the afternoon. And they said up to 8,000 shells of artillery have landed in the Biafran defenses. Now, what then happens is that before the enemy marched, half of us evacuated, and they suffer from what called shell shock. There's a new term which Biafran learned. It's called artillery sickness. They call it atimbo. What this means is that where you are and a lot of shelling landing on you, you get not just post-traumatic shock. You can't even hear anybody else talking to you. So you have lots of Biafran troops wandering around during the war with atimbo disease. Now, they can't hear you because they're deaf and completely shocked. It's called shell shock. And one of my uncles who fought at the Ekatekmini, unfortunately, underwent this shell shock. What it is was commanding as a commanding officer, and his battle scene was so hard that if an artillery lands, his Batman or his sergeant would carry him, and they land into where the shell had just landed. Okay, and then the next one lands, you run into that next. You are hoping that the artillery will not land in the same spot twice. So that's the type of way they have to survive. But anyway, he was managed to be carried out I'm talking about one of my uncles. He was carried out, and then he survived. But after the war, the person who carried him out, they met at Lagos. Yeah, can you imagine? You don't know whether he survived or lived after the war. But then as they're walking, they recognizing each other. Imagine the joy they had. Okay, so that's just a little bit about the artillery disease, Timbuk they call it. So you have artillery shell shock. So the volume of the shelling at when these Nigerian troops were moving was daunting, absolutely phenomenal. So you imagine having 8,000 rounds of artillery shell landing between 5 in the morning to 2 o'clock before the enemy marched. So that saturates the area. But nonetheless, there's the Special Task Force of the Biafran Army, commanded by Major Oleli. Remember him? He was there at Obudu when the war started. He was assisted by someone called Captain Mweke. They managed to halt the Nigerian waves after waves after waves of assault. What happened? They wanted to take a bridge. The bridge, Biafran blew it, but then they came across wave after wave without their, if you like, their ferret cars and armored cars, because the bridge have to come across on the shallow water, and as they did that, Biafrans really opened up on them and delayed that particular. So the enemy suffered a lot. The problem here was, although the Biafran were defending admirably, it appears that this particular battle that was ensuing, the Nigerians had more firepower than the entire Biafran army put together. That was estimated. And they were the battle was consuming 50% of all the resources available to the entire Biafran army. So it became too expensive to sustain those battles. So what you do in that circumstance is just withdraw and withdraw and withdraw. So it's like the enemy, the Nigerians want to really capture a town, they go all the way as they did in a way. You send it back a brigade strength, and no matter what the Biafrans do, they are able to break through. But then it's not breaking through that problem. You can then attack them on the back, attack them in the rear. So there's a lot of modification Biafran have to do in fighting. It's not exactly guerrilla warfare, but it's like a defensive battle, but you retreat and attack from the flank. So the third invasion, they got through to a place called Obolo villages. Yeah. So they then it became very, very difficult for the Biafran to sustain. They have to therefore withdraw, to regroup, and set off all the traps of Winiways and all the things to slow them down. So what then happened was the battle was getting more intensive, something strange happened to the Biafrans. One of these brave captains that was leading them, called Captain Mweke, I'm going to share this story with you. Captain Mweke was the one who helped to slow down the Nigerian army. Yeah, he went to do what we call a recce. Recce is short for reconnaissance. RECCE is called recce, but it stands for reconnaissance. When you're facing your enemy, you need to know where their strengths are, what they're planning. So he went across early hours, around 5:30 or so in the morning, with the three of his men. They went across to see the Nigerians literally sneak across the line to survey, to gather information about what the Nigerians went to. It was around 4:30 in the morning. He went across, was accompanied by 3 escorts. 3 of his troops went with him to do what we call a preliminary reconnaissance, which is an accepted military practice. He came back to his defensive lines around 7 in the morning, he's gathered some important intelligence about where the enemies are concentrating. However, he was stopped and arrested by his own troops. Okay? So when they stopped him, they accused him of going to confer with the enemy. So said, aha, see, you're a saboteur. He went across to talk to the Nigerian army. So this guy was desperate, tried his best to explain to them that this is a standard practice. This is the difference between those who just been in the army for a long time and those who just joined for 2 weeks. So they're accusing him of going across, even though he was doing a reconnaissance. So this is quite important. Is one of his other colleagues, Major Ele, the battalion commander, went to defend him and said, look, this is what's happened. He's not a saboteur. After all, remember, he was one of those who helped them to fight the Nigerians when they did waves and waves of fighting. So they said, no. You're supporting him because you're also you're also one of his friends. So therefore, you're a saboteur. So before they can even discuss it, Captain Wake was shot dead by his own men right there in front of him. So Major Elehi dashed across and ran into the bush, and they hosed him with machine gun, but he managed to survive and run away. So now the Biafran soldiers had two of their major commanders who were helping them to stop the Nigerian, but they killed one of them. The other one has gone away, and so what do you think happened? There's nobody to command them, which is very, very strange. So after that, so what then happened? Of course, it was explained to them that this is a standard military practice. And it's not the way to fight a war where you shoot your own people and then ask later. So so you can imagine someone called Captain Weke, and he's a Biafran. He fought in the battles, and now he's been shot by his own people. The Americans call it friendly fire. I don't think anything friendly about that. This is not the way to fight a war. So, of course, when they realize what has happened, the people who shot him were, of course, punished. And but you have already chased away. You killed one of the officers, and you chased away the other one. And people who were asked to go back as officers are refusing to go. So you have different troops who now have no one to command them. But then the major army who they're facing are charging ahead of them. So these are the sort of problem we had called saboteur mania. I have to bring this as part and parcel of our education and general knowledge that we are fighting the Nigerian troops, we are fighting our own troops, we're fighting saboteur. So it became absolutely ridiculous. But somehow the war lasted the length of time it did. So to cut the story not so short, we had a situation where the commanders who were helping to slow down the Nigerian advance, Captain Weke and Captain Leahy, they were removed, partly by our own people. So then the German troops march again. There's nobody there to defend them. But the interesting thing is that the troops now realized that, we don't have any more saboteurs. Then they started fighting. They fought as hard as they can to prepare to them, but it was a bit too little, too late. So there was nothing stopping Muhammad and his troops charging ahead. So they went to town after town after town. The Biafran troops, of course, tried their best to slow them down. And I think I'm going to pause because there are towns they have to enter Udi, for example, and then Oka before they entered Onitsha. Haven't entered Onitsha. So what the Nigerian Second Brigade did, Second Division did under Muhammad, was to advance without literally. It's like you're charging ahead. You want to enter on it at all costs, but then the people supplying you are coming behind you. So that's what happened. That I don't want to rush this particular story about the ambush at Abagana. He blasted his way into Onitsha. But this convoy bringing his goods, all the equipment, were then, if you like, ambushed. And so it was like a Pyrrhic victory. We believe that he had 20,000 men when he set up. About 2,000 of them were left behind. So that's why Ojukwu says that Nigeria will never forget the lessons of the initial invasion, where thousands of their men were decimated. The word decimation means you're reducing something like thousands into about a few hundreds. Also, if you imagine 20,000 people reduced to less than 2,000, then that's a serious loss of men. So after this Abag in ambush, which is the third invasion, Onitsha, Murtal Muhammad was relieved of his command because they couldn't expect him to be losing so many people. He was in a hurry to win the war, and it cost Nigerians a lot of equipment. It cost them a lot of men. So, but a lot of it is also due to the bravery of our boys who slowed him down, even though he had more firepower. If he was allowed to break through, if it wasn't for the miracle of Abagana, we call it miracle of Abagana because there's no way you can defend that degree of firepower. They were destined to get on Onitsha, and then from Onitsha, they destroyed the whole of Biafra. But because of what has happened and the bravery of the soldiers, that was slowed down. So I thought I paused there because that is the lessons from the Onitsha sector. And so the war, when the war ended, those commanding Onitsha sector were the last one standing from the Biafran troops' point of view. They really, really fought hard. And there's a great lesson for us. But there's lots of heroes, unsung heroes, which the stories I'm telling you begin to mention their names, so you know those who really fought hard in spite of the obstacles they faced and confronted. So let me pause there and answer some questions.
All right.
It's more interactive.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Okachi. Okay, if you are listening and you want to bring in your question, I just want to give out our WhatsApp line again. Is +27 740 678 412. The number to call once again. Please, if you're gonna call quick, and please just direct to the question so that we can see how many questions we can take before we run out of time. It's +27 740 678 412. For the last time, our WhatsApp line is +27 740 678 412. +27 740 678 412. All right, Doctor, as I am waiting to see if the calls will come in, you know how our lines are due to network issues, but we hope that the lines will come in. Now, I want to also say something, and maybe if it is a question, you can answer me or you can make a contribution to that. Doctor, each time you speak about this Biafran war, there is something that kept on popping up, and each time I hear that, I kind of compare it with what is happening today, and it actually gets me worried. Now, what am I talking about, Doctor? This issue of people individually labeling each other saboteur is worrisome. Now, I'm not saying there are no saboteurs in what we are doing. There are so many of them. But the problem is, how do you identify a saboteur? Because as you have said, we are actually fighting many battles. We are fighting the enemies. We are fighting each other, So it's more like we have two wars that we are fighting. And there is no way you are going to win a war like that. Now, people beat up their commanders, beat up, the people who are supposed to direct them on what to do, and label them saboteur. And if you ask them, how do you know that this person is a saboteur? No idea. Now, today, and I'm going to say this, even in IPOB, in each family units, people are fighting each other. No, Sabo go. And he cannot even identify or even tell you how he knew that this person is Sabo. Now, instead of us now uniting as one, fighting our common enemy, we are busy fighting internal war. We cannot hide it. It's a reality. It's happening. And the way we are so disunited, trust me, I don't think we are ready to go and fight the enemy, even in a war. And this is my honest truth. So I just want to get, what is your take on this? Because if we don't get this right, especially this issue of people becoming specialists in knowing who saboteurs are, even some coordinators know that this person in their unit is a sabo. Some pro members know that person is a sabo. How do you know? That's just his own instinct. Please go ahead.
That is very, very important now. You can see there's a thread running through the fight. When the officers commanded, and there was no threat of saboteurs, like in Onitsha phase 1, phase 2, you can see the discipline. They were asked to fight, hold on, wait for the enemy to come in the killing range, and then you open up. And but when they're directed as a plan, everybody stick to that plan. No one is accusing them of being saboteur. We chase them into River Niger, okay, and capture them. When they fight together, they do so well.
All right, Doctor, hold that thought, Doctor. Let's see if we can get this one. Call out on WhatsApp. Can you hear me?
Hello, Mazi.
Good evening from here, Mazi, and welcome to the program. Please go straight. What is your question?
Yeah, Mazi, that's one thing I want to state here. I remember you are from my location. So what I want to say is that there's no how you will win a war when you have internal enemy. It's not possible. You can't win the war when you have internal enemy. It's more important than external. Without that intent, like now, what Islam is doing in our land. If we don't have internal
all right,
enemy,
Mazi, hold on, so that we don't divert, because it's supposed to be a question. Nobody is. Yes, hold on, Mazi, hold on. I am coordinating. You listen to me, you respond. So what I'm trying to say is this: there is no argument that there is no saboteur. There is saboteur, but the problem is, who made you a specialist? How do you know a saboteur? That is my personal question. Now, what is your question for the expert so that he can answer you?
My question is, I want to ask Doctor. Maybe if you know, I want to know the actual point where Ifajuna sabotage as in where the stage or the sector where which area. He did
All right. I got that question. Although that question has been dealt with previously, today is not that, but I will see if the doctor can answer that. Thank you very much, Doctor. You heard the question. Doctor, okay, he is asking.
Can you repeat?
He's asking, how did Ifajuna, or in which sector did Ifajuna sabotage Biafra? So I was telling him, I think we've dealt with this question before in the past, but it's up to you, Doctor, if you can go ahead and answer him.
We had.
Yes, we have dealt.
It was part of the. It was part of the Midwest debacle. Yes. That's all I can say. Midwest. So he was rounded up with those who tried to overtake Ojukwu. They were trying to do a coup to overtake Ojukwu. So that's why he was rounded up.
Yes, I remember.
Anyway, let me quickly...
Oh, yes, go ahead. Go ahead, please.
So the questions should be very short and sharp because you have limited time to answer them. So the sabotage thing cost us a lot during the war, to be fair. But you are absolutely right. Is it affecting us now? When I thought about it, when you go to Yoruba event, yeah?
Yes.
Any Yoruba event, they turn up in numbers, yeah? They turn up, they support one another. Is that not so? You can't get a Yoruba person voting for anybody else. I could be wrong, yeah? They are so united. Do you know why, in my opinion? Do you remember when they had Wetie?
Yes.
Yeah?
In Lagos.
Wetie, they were killing each other. Yeah, they were killing each other. The Awu camp and the Kintola camp. Who did you vote for and so on? They have learned, and most of Yoruba people were chased away. Some went to Dahomey to go and stay there until the nonsense starts, until the coup, Nzogu and the Ifajina's coup brought them back. Yeah? So the Yoruba were killing each other, they divided. So the Biafrans have not had an opportunity to fight anybody, any war. They've always been kind to one another until this war came. So any hint of it's not going according to plan, they rather blame somebody for it and not investigate why that has happened. So maybe when we get hold of the reason why we lost the war, next time we have anything similar or events, we'll be more united. You follow? So there's a need to go through this painful process. Whenever I speak to Nnamdi, he's always talking about Nnamdi Kanu. He's always talking about indiscipline. That is what.
Doctor, are you still there? Can you hear me? All right. I think I'm losing contact with the doctor once again.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I can hear.
Can you hear me now?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now. All right, Doctor. Sorry to interrupt you. Just to correct something, like our brother who called us before. He's saying that no, it is important to fight internal saboteurs before you can fight the enemy. I agree, but my problem, and I want to state it again, everybody now seems to be an expert knowing who is a saboteur. That cannot be correct. That cannot be correct. And that comes to the issue of indiscipline you are talking about. We have people who are in control, people who are in charge, in leadership, who should be able to tell us with our investigation, the information we have gathered. There's a reason why they have coordinators, national coordinators, office bearers all over the world. They are the ones who were feeding them with information if they pick up anything. Not all of us becoming experts, because when you allow that, then we will eventually be calling each other saboteur, and we can't get it right all the time. And if that is the case, there will be chaos. You will call me a sabo, I will tell you, no, I'm not. You are a sabo. So at the end of the day, who is a saboteur? That is my concern. Please go ahead.
Indeed. It's funny because when you sinned with Moses' law, he died. He got stoned to death. But you have to have 2 or 3 witnesses.
Absolutely.
Okay? Looking at it in a different way. You have to have 2 or 3 witnesses. You have to have people who confirms that, yes, this person is guilty beyond any reasonable doubt. If you're going to take the law into your hand and stone them to death, you follow. Remember the critical thing when Jesus was asked, what do you do with this lady? He was caught in having an affair with this man. So Jesus said, if any of you without a sin, cast the first stone then. Yeah? Then they dropped their stone and left. It's not that the woman was innocent. If you look at the scenario, there was also a man who was involved. Where is that man? Bring him here. You want to stone her to death. Yeah? So I don't want to drift into biblical discussion. But there's a need to convince, have the evidence that this person is saboteur. Look at the guy they just killed. He's a brave soldier, leading his men. They were with him. 3 of them went across to spy out the enemy. They came back, they rounded him up and killed him. What kind of nonsense was that? Okay? So that one is not justifiable. But coming to forward now to where we are, Nnamdi calls it lack of discipline. Yeah? We don't have the discipline. Some will come and say, aha, we have found him. He's sold out Nnamdi Kanu.
He's a sabo.
Where is the evidence?
Mazi,
okay, he's a sabo.
Mazi,
let's hang him.
Let me tell you something. While I was in Israel, okay, we received some petition complaint about what was happening somewhere, So now listen to this. Our leader called me and said to me, when you get to South Africa, because I was leaving, he said, when you get to South Africa, I want you to investigate 1, 2, 3. And I want to say this openly so that you can understand the kind of the man that lead us, a man we need to be like him. But unfortunately, we are nothing like him. He said, when you get to South Africa, I want you to call this guy, speak to him, find out this and that. Call the other guy, speak to him, find out this thing, and then you bring back the report to me. When I got back to South Africa, I did my investigation. And at the end of the day, I called our leader and say, this is what I found out. And with that investigation, it informed his decision. How can he get it wrong as a leader? How can he get it wrong? You see, sometimes we're in a hurry to take decisions without investigation, and that could be very, very disastrous, because people come on, you know what is happening these days, even in our IPOB, people will label you, come up with lies. No, he is working with the Nigerian government, he is giving them information, and you ask him, how do you know? Trust me, he has no idea. These are serious allegations, which before you can action it, you must investigate. Please go ahead.
That's right. Yeah, that's exactly what it says. So, I haven't thought about it. What comes to mind is discipline, which Nnamdi always talks about. If you're not disciplined, you don't know what your target. The target is to restore Biafra. But without discipline, you mess it up. I mentioned that before. It's very surprising how with little knowledge, we do this your Biafra thing, they call it. But what is not surprising is how, with little knowledge, how badly you do it. You bring your own man-made ideas. You don't know something called, what is it? What's the best way to describe it? You can have element of at least some doubt that this information is not genuine.
Absolutely.
My concern was this captain that was killed. He had 3 other people that went across with him. Yeah? And they all came back. They rounded the officer for one reason or the other. And they killed him. Why don't you hear from the other 3? If he went on his own, you can say, well, maybe. It may be but they had other people who are accompanying, and it's a routine military thing to do reconnaissance. The Israelis went and spied out, Jericho, didn't they? They sent someone to go and see what's happening in Jericho. The harlot Rahab welcomed them. When they were going to the promised land, they sent people to go and spy out the land. Spying on your enemy, knowing what the problems are, is a routine thing. But here, when you applied it, they kill the person and ask the question later. And that brings me to the classic, before the war started even, somebody, a qualified lawyer, was driving through a village and he knocked down somebody. You remember the story? Papa Bomboy has been knocked down. The guy came out with all this fancy suit. It's a new car, new suit, and he's a lawyer passing through a village. So the villagers rounded up, gathered around and said, he's killed Papa Bomboy, whatever his name is. So they realized this guy with his fancy car, they rounded him up and killed him on the spot. And you know what the story is going to be. Next, what then happened was this Papa Bomboy, who was supposed to have been knocked down by a car, now came round. He was actually knocked unconscious. Now he recovered. Yeah? When he recovered, now what do? You have killed somebody you've accused of killing him. Yeah? So what do you then do? Do you know what they did? They now killed Papa Bomboy properly the second time. They made, because for them, they balanced it out. Yeah? That, what is it? The fact that it was his fault that he killed somebody straight, that they have to kill him to make sure. That's how strange. If this wasn't a true story, it would not be so funny. But if it wasn't a true story, we would not be laughing. It's incredibly, it's like we got to, what's the best way to describe it? We've got to exert natural justice. There's something about the Biafrans. You can't tolerate an ounce of injustice, yeah? But you got to have the patience to execute that justice. We don't have the patience. We have not been given the patience to do that. We want to do it straight away. So, my brothers and sisters, I'm urging people, when you accuse somebody, yeah, you got to have irrefutable evidence. Even if you don't have that evidence, well, you can still wait and lock the person up, can't you? And say, well, you're pending investigation. If the person is then cleared, then you apologize. But if you killed him beforehand, then you yourself have to explain why you killed him, because you didn't have enough evidence. So this saboteur thing, it did play havoc during the war. And I'm hoping we'll work on it so that we will know before we accuse somebody who may be innocent, you've got to have irrefutable evidence. Anyway, so I don't know if that's helped.
All right, Mazi, before I let you go, because our line, I know this line, if the connection gets bad, it's WhatsApp, it doesn't go through. So calls are coming in and cutting off. Now, one more thing I want to say, and I keep on giving this example using our leader, because to be honest with you, I don't know if there is anything that will equal his type of leadership. There was a complaint. I don't know how our leader got to hear that complaint that somebody here in South Africa, this person is a media person, he's always on Facebook. They say that no, he doesn't pay his dues. Okay, so our leader called me and said to me, they say this guy is not paying his dues. Ask him why is he not paying his dues. And I called the guy said, it's a lie. I do pay my dues. I told our leader, no, he pays his dues. It's okay, fine. Let him send me his a proof of his, his receipts. He gave me a receipt. I screenshot it in WhatsApp and I sent it to our leader. I mean, that is leadership. I mean, that is the way we all should be behaving. When you hear something about your fellow comrade, investigate, because there are people who have infiltrated us. All they know how to do is to label false allegation, which they cannot substantiate. And at the end of the day, we will misjudge an innocent man. Doctor, I need your final advice on this matter once again before I let you go. Thank you very much.
Yes. The first thing to say is that sabotage is what the enemy use to weaken your resolve. Yeah? So sabotage, you're not going to be able to ban it in a war situation. Yeah? People, even if they're not at war, they're going around sabotaging each other. There are countries where they have cyber war. They go and sabotage in other countries, in cyberspace. They're fighting each other. You have to learn to build your walls to prevent people sabotaging your infrastructure. Okay, so sabotage is here to stay. But I'm not saying that to glorify it. I'm saying it before you accuse. It's like you pick your best player and accuse him of not playing well because he's a saboteur. Yeah, without the evidence, you corrupt the others, okay, and make them. You actually dent their resolve, weaken them. So you're looking at it in a different, funny way. But we have to learn. And when you read every single battle scene, there are instances where we fought so gallantly. Okay, the Biafran troops fought so gallantly, but there are elements of sabotage which led to us, the outcome being slightly different. And the war ended in a sudden way. And when I talk about it, you find there's an element of, sabotage. It's not that you are sabotaging, but the perception, the feeling, the belief that there's some saboteurs, and how you dealt with people who we think are saboteurs that led us to losing the war in a hurry. So there's so many things that will come out by the time we've gone through all the battle scenes, and our people need to learn it. And I'm hoping they will modify the way they deal with one another. Okay? So Biafrans, a new wolf, as they say, we are one. But it's just because we've not had to fight anybody in the past, and the first time we did it was against Nigerian war, we didn't know how to handle what seemed to be sabotage. It's just a strange phenomenon that somebody will fight your own brother. That somebody will fight with the enemy against your own brother. They just couldn't understand it. So it's something we need to teach our next generation how to avoid and overcome it. Okay, so we'll continue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doctor. And of course, next week we will pick up again from where we stopped. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. All right, that was Dr. Okachi Lois. And of course, this is where we will bring it to an end. It has been indeed constructive argument here on Radio Biafra, presenting to you Biafran History Lesson 101. You have heard it from the horse's mouth. And next week, once again, we will continue. All right. And of course, my name once again, Mazi Onoha. And I say, may God bless Biafrans and may God bless our leader, Nnamdi Kanu. From me, from here, it is goodbye. Radio Biafra. We saturate the whole of Biafra land. Wherever you are, just touch the dial 102.1 FM. Olo, Owerri, Enugu, Anambra, Abakaliki, Nsukka, Asaba, and many more. Radio Biafra. We got you covered. Radio Biafra, the first and the last.
Nation.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night to great Biafrans and lovers of freedom. This is Radio Biafra HAUSA-SERVICE coming to you through the auspices of Radio Biafra London. My name remains Mazi Chinedu from Olu province of Biafra land. We are here live and direct today being the 25th day of September 2022. I'm sorry for our being late, although I've been here, but there are things at the background that we are trying to regulate. Today, I will be joined by one of the leaders or one of the leadership of this struggle, Mazi Chinedu, in an interactive session. What is happening in our land, although it is not something unexpected in a freedom fighting of this magnitude. Therefore, we will never fail to confront the reality facing us. It is destiny. Sometimes I resign to destiny. I say, it's destiny. We are born to do this. If we don't do it, we are finished. Sometimes I start asking, I say, why was I not even created maybe 11th century? By now, maybe, I don't know, I would have been a tree. I wouldn't even understand what is colonization because it wouldn't be on my time. Or why didn't God wait to create me maybe 300 or 400 years from now? So that after Biafra will be restored, the generation that time, we wouldn't even understand what went back. But I see it is destiny. So we have to confront it. We have to face the reality. That is why we are here, always. Always. In order to make sure that we are informed. We inform ourselves. We inform our people about the dangers of not doing something on the situation or about the situation we are in. If you understand? When we hear, like yesterday I made reference about conquest. When we talk about religion, I made reference about conquest. Many people think that the English we are speaking today, it was an easy ride for United Kingdom. No. Many people thought that when you hear Francophone Africa, Francophone, you hear Anglophone, you hear Lusophone, that it was an easy ride for Europe to take over Africa, to conquer us, and influence us, impose their religion, their language on us, even on the whole world. No, it wasn't an easy ride at all. Do you know how many of them died? They perished so that people, Europeans of this generation, will be enjoying it. Do you understand? So that somebody will look himself in the mirror as an Italian with Italian passport and be proud of his passport. People died for them to be where they are today. People died for Europeans to conquer. It has not been an easy ride. Selfish people cannot engage in a type of struggle that they might not even benefit from. I hope that people will catch what I'm saying. It takes selflessness. People that are ready to suffer the inconvenience attached to it, to fight. And that's why you see during any wartime, when conscription, people know that they have to serve. Some very selfish and, that's why you see during any wartime, when conscription, people know that they have to serve. Some very selfish and, that's why you see during any wartime, when conscription, people know that they have to serve. Some very selfish and,
The Interpol has the list of those people that are sponsoring Boko Haram. I work with Interpol. They should ask them, they should ask the government of Dubai. They have the list of those people during the trial of those people that were caught. Names were mentioned. They have the list. The government also told them that they arrested 400 sponsors of Boko Haram. Why should the government not try those people and bring peace and harmony and safety to this nation?
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night to great Biafrans and lovers of freedom. This is Radio Biafra HAUSA-SERVICE coming to you through the auspices of Radio Biafra London. My name remains Mazi, Jonathan Chinedu from our province of Biafra land. We are here live and direct today being the 25th day of September 2022. I'm sorry for our being late, although I've been here, but there are things at the background that when conscription, people know that they have to serve. Some very selfish and, freedom fighting of this magnitude. Therefore, we will never fail to confront the reality facing us. It is destiny. Sometimes I resign to destiny. I say, it's destiny. We are born to do this. If we don't do it, we are finished. Sometimes I start asking, I say, why was I not even created maybe 11th century? By now, maybe, I don't know, I would have been a tree. I wouldn't even understand what is colonization because it wouldn't be on my time. Or why didn't God wait to create me maybe 300 to 400 years from now? So that after Biafra would be restored, the generation that time, we wouldn't even understand what went back. But I see it is destiny. So we have to confront it. We have to face the reality. That is why we are here, always. Always. In order to make sure that we are informed, we inform ourselves, we inform our people about the dangers of not doing something on the situation or about the situation we are in. You understand? When we hear, like yesterday I talked about I made reference about conquest. When we talk about religion, I made reference about conquest. Many people think that the English we are speaking today, it was an easy ride for United Kingdom. No. Many people thought that when you hear Francophone Africa, Francophone, you hear Anglophone.
Bishop, I'm a agent. I believe on phones and the folks accessories. Registering people's SIM card. Now, look at my shop. What the show flats.
Welcome back. Sorry for the technical hitch, please, but it's been taken care of. As I was saying, it takes selfless people, a selfless person, in order to engage in something that might not hold on, please. Let me fix this once and for all. Okay, as I was saying, what we are doing, many people have died. You know, during the Biafra war, it's not every man that volunteered that are required to volunteer to serve in the military that served. Some are hiding, some hid, some run away. Volunteered that are required to volunteer to serve in the military that served. Some are hiding, some hid, some run away. Volunteered that are required to volunteer to serve in the military that served. Some are hiding, some hid, some run away. Volunteered that are required to volunteer to serve in the military that served. Some are hiding, some hid, some run away. During any war time, when conscription, people know that they have to serve. Some very selfish and, you know, that's why you see during any war time, when conscription, people know that they have to serve. Some very selfish. Let me see. So as I was saying, please let me know that my voice is coming out. Please, I need that confirmation. I need it urgently before we continue. I need it urgently before we continue to the business of the day. because I'm seeing I need inbox, please, that my voice is coming out, please, because I'm seeing my dashboard sometime it on. Gray. Yes, I think my voice is coming out. Okay, my voice is coming out. So what we are doing is selfless service. It takes more than ordinary human being. Yes. Okay. It takes more than ordinary human being. Okay, thank you very much for your confirmation. Yeah. It takes more than human being to do this type of selfless work. Something you know that you might not benefit, you might die inside. Our leader prayed, he said, God, if it is my death, my blood that is needed for Biafra to come, that Chukwukike should remove his life. Do you know what it means? Even in the Bible, when Moses prayed that prayer, God was annoyed against Moses. When God was killing the Jews, the Israelites, thank you very much for your confirmation. It's okay. I've seen it. I've seen them. So, when the Israelites sinned against Chukwukike, and they were being punished, being beaten by snake, being punished. People were falling left and right. Moses started calling God. He said, no, remove my name from the book of life. Kill me instead of killing these people. Why are you still killing these people? Which kind of God are you? And God was even annoyed and surprised at Moses. He said, are you the person that sinned? Why should I kill you? You know God likes reasonability. Come, let us make man in our image. Which means God likes discussion. He likes arguments. So Moses prayed this type of prayer that our leader prayed. He said, but how can I punish you? That thing shocked God, and God stopped immediately killing the people. He said, no, this type of man I never seen before. Why will I kill you? You sin against me. Why should I kill you? Now, people that sin against I will kill, not you. So it takes more than it takes more than ordinary human being to have this type of mentality, and that is why the fight we are engaging, I'm telling you, is a selfless fight. Any person, any group of people that are there, anyway, I'm not going to preempt. Mazi will clarify everything. telling people support Biafra now, support ESM, they kidnap you. These are not our people, please. Mazi Chinasa will talk more about it, and he's here with me. Therefore, let us go to the business of the day. What we are doing is voluntary work. It is not by force. You volunteer. That is why some people, when they hear, broadcasting this type of work on IPOB, they use speed to enter. Yeah, I can. When they enter, because for them, you are getting, you are being paid, you are getting the whole world. But when they entered with the speed and saw that, this thing is not easy. Even you are putting your own, with that speed they come, they run away. It takes more than ordinary human being in order to engage, to be a volunteer in what you are doing. Therefore, without taking much time, I will bring it because time has gone already. We are 30 minutes late. I will bring in Mazi Chinasa to come in and present himself and go on to the business of the day. Mazi, can you hear me?
Yes, Chinedu, I can hear you very clearly.
There, Mazi, welcome.
Thank you so much. Mazi Chinedu Jonathan Kachukoti Biafra pụrụ ime ihe niile. Dube gị, chebe gị, unu niile ndị na-anọ na redio Biafra, unu niile bụ ndị na-ekwuchitere ọnụ ụmụ Biafra, Chukwu okike abịama. Anyị abịala n'oge awa ugbu a ka anyị kpọkuo gị, kpọkuo ụmụ Chineke ebe niile ha nọ n'ụwa niile. A sị na onye ọbụla na-achụ ụmụ Biafra na-asị na ọchụ nwa ọkụkọ nwa ada, nwa ọkụkọ nwa ngwongwo ọsọ. Onweghị onye anyị ji nke ya, ihe anyị bịara bụ nwere onwe anyị. Onye si na anyị agaghị enweta Biafra, ọ ga-ejikwa ala zere mmiri. Chukwu okike abịama, anyị abịala n'oge awa ugbu a ka anyị kọwara ụmụ Biafra otu o si dịrị anyị, kọwara ihe na-edo ụfọdụ ha anya. N'ihi na ndị Igbo si na ọba agbavuo ofe mmanụ na ọ naghị atọzi ụtọ. Ọ bụrụ na ndị mmadụ mebie ije anyị na-aga wite izu oshi, ihe mpụ niile n'ala Biafra, Biafra agaghị abịa. N'ihi na mbọ niile anyị na-agba inweta Biafra abụghị ka a bịa atọ ọnụ ala Biafra na ala ndị ohi, ndị na-egbu ụmụ mmadụ ibe ha, egbu ụmụnne ha. Chukwu okike abịama, ka anyị bịara n'abalị a ka anyị kwuoro ụmụ Biafra okwu n'ụwa niile, nye anyị amamihe, nye anyị obi umeala, nye anyị nghọta pụrụ iche. Ma ọ bụla ndị iro anyị, ndị kwụnyere redio Biafra na ntị na-ege ma zotuo ezotuo, Chukwu abịama meghee ụbụrụ ha ka ha ghọta ije anyị na-aga. Anyị ma na onweghị ihe i mere nwaanyị ọkpụ ịkwa ya hapụ ịkwa gị ike. Anyị ma na onweghị otu ọbụla anyị ga-esi kọwaa ya, onye iro gị ga-achọkwa n'ịbụ onye iro ya. Mana Chukwu abịama, n'aka gị ka anyị raara ihe niile nye. Ka anyị na-eme nke a, otito dịrị gị, ịja mma dịrị gị. Fellow Biafrans and all the lovers of freedom, my name is Mazi Chinasa. Mazi Chinasa served the indigenous people of Biafra as a member of the Directorate of State, headed by Mazi Chinedu, under the supreme leader of indigenous people of Biafra, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, who is presently castrated in the DSS dungeon. We pray for God's protection. We pray for understanding in all we are doing. As we have come this evening to talk to our people to clarify issues that are very pertinent to what we are doing, I will say, wherever you are, tell your friends, tell your families who are not around to listen. n'ihi na ndị Igbo si n'ọba emebe ọkụ otele ya ala. We know we are in a freedom fighting. We know criminality will destroy everything we are doing. We are coming on radio every time I'm coming on radio to shout about criminality because I know the consequences of criminality in what we are doing. We want to make sure that we differentiate so that evil crimes that are not committed by IPOB will not be used against IPOB. Anyone we do, we will accept that we do, but the one we didn't do a crime against our own people, we will not accept it, because this is exactly what destroyed my soul. Criminality, kidnapping, ransom taking, and the Biafra restoration under Wazirike got destroyed. People lose trust. People never believe somebody will ever rise again to continue the restoration of Biafra. In our presence, we do not want what happened to Masop to happen to IPOB. Because some elements, what played out during Masop time is also playing out now. But we are IPOB, we have the radio, we have the social media. We can confront these things because these are agents of Nigerian government, how they have structured them. But what they fail to understand that we are the new generation. With one text message, with one post, we can educate our people. We can let people understand. What people do not understand is that they don't know that criminality happening in our land is one of the reasons they are holding Mazi Nnamdi Kanu today. That is what many of you don't understand. They have tried to sign a case against Mazi Nnamdi Kanu that he broadcasted on the radio, he broadcasted here, he broadcasted there, and they could not, those accusations have no substance. It cannot hold waters in the court of law. Now they dip into criminality. People who are using the name of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to commit heinous crimes. The victims are there, those who survived. Those who died, their families are telling the stories. And this evening, I'm going to make these things very clear to the public. And make it very clear to the Nigerian government that they cannot use these criminals to hold our leader hostage. Because every day they gather evidence, they gather intelligence report, presenting it to the government that these criminalities happening in these places are being sponsored by Nnamdi Kanu and the ESF. That these things, these butchers, these murderers, these human traffickers, they are all doing these things saying they are raising money for the struggle for Biafra, which they are not. There are thousands of victims in Biafra land presently as we are talking. Communities are lamenting. Businessmen, our own breeds, are crying. Everybody is saying, is this the type of Biafra they want us? They might not come out on the social media, they shout and scream, but they are dying in pain. Communities are destroyed. And today, I have come to inform Biafrans to understand how to separate the wheat from the chaff. Do not glorify any crime that is taking away the lives of our people and you are being deceived. It is for Biafran's freedom or for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. We have educated people in this struggle. We have professionals, businessmen, scientists, lawyers, reputable people. We cannot afford, the leadership of IPOB cannot afford to allow criminality to dent the image of these honorable men who have come out to support the freedom for the restoration of Biafra. Presently, this IPOB leadership, we are not Buhari's government. We are not politicians that we blame. For example, for 8 years, this APC government is in the power. They blame all their failures on Jonathan. This is IPOB leadership. The DOS headed by Mazi Chinedu, and all of us in the DOS, we never blame anybody against anything we are doing. We will never wait until we do the right thing. We won't allow somebody to tell us to do the right thing, because we know at the end of this game, the question Mazi Nnamdi Kanu will ask every one of us that are left with responsibility will be, what did you do in my absence? You were handed over this structure, this affair, to manage it. You know we're in the freedom fighting, and at the end of the day, he will say, I was in the DSS dungeon. He will even say some messages people claim that Onyendu told them. Onyendu can come out tomorrow and say, I did not deliver those messages. He can come out tomorrow and say, I did not. And when he said he did not deliver those messages, you as a leader, you as one of the leaders, why didn't you use your discretion and make a perfect judgment on the situation around you? Is there anything we want Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to tell us from the DSX dungeon he has not educated us before on this radio Biafra? Is this IPOB leadership bringing any new rules that are alien to this struggle? If you are not ready to be part of this struggle, you can step aside. And those who are interested to protect this struggle, to hold, because of the lives of our people that we have lost. I, Chinasa Woru, is not scared of anything. I am only scared to disappoint Biafrans. That is only my worries. I do not want to disappoint you people. Most of you, maybe, are talking because you don't know IPOB. Have you been, maybe I will wear some suit, put on a beret, all this while coming on Facebook, put some pancake, and make some lipstick. But some of you would by now and said, yes, you are the leader. Some of you would have put a problem between Chinedu and me, that everybody is bragging to be the leader. But I'm very, very happy, and I respect this current DOS. I have been in IPOB, and I have seen this name. I could remember what Mazi Nnamdi Kanu said in April 2017, I mean to say, when he gathered this DOS, he said, I believe I have gathered the men who will restore this Biafra. He said it when he came out from the prison in 2017. He said, I know this breed of people I have gathered. Members of the DOS who are listening to me, they can confirm this. He said, this is the DOS. I don't know why he said that, but there must be something. He knew that the men he selected, he knew they were men to be trusted. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu Kanu is not only my leader, because in my life, I have never gotten a role model. I do not have a role model. All people ask a role model. I do not have a role model, but it is after the emergence of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, I start to see a role model. Somebody I can look up to. I did not make. If people talk, I grew up, I was playing football. I never said this is my role model. No, I didn't know why until Mazi Nnamdi Kanu came. If you ask people, I am not that normal man everybody used to know. I am a different breed. What you like, I don't like. I have not come for any one of you to applaud this struggle, applaud me, to give me an accolade. I have not come for you to praise me. I have not come for you to come and love me. I came so that we will march side by side with Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. I never knew that this day will come when Mazi Nnamdi Kanu will not be present. I never knew. Since he came out from the zoo, I never in my life dreamed that one day, at this particular moment, he won't be here. And that is the challenge most of us are facing. I, Chinasa, will never blame anybody if I fail. I will fail if I decided to fail. What we are doing is about the life of our people, the freedom for our people. Any mistake you make takes away a life of a Biafra. And that is why we are very careful in our decision makings. We are very careful in anything we do. But if you have found yourself in a situation, they are using you as a tool to destabilize this struggle, we won't take it lightly with you. People come, they said, we are doing this thing because we know after Biafra comes, there will be an internal civil war. And I tell you, it's a lie. There won't be war. People come here and they talk about, yes, we can learn from what have happened to others. We can learn what's happening in Sudan. People giving example in Sudan. And yes, Sudan finished and fighting a war. No, it is the creation of the British people who want them to be fighting between Remasha and Silva, what's his name? Slovakia.
Yeah.
That is it. People do not know about Sudan. They are talking. There have been internal war in Sudan between the Nuer, the Denk, and the Shilluk. Why they were even fighting for their freedom, for cattle. While South Sudan was fighting with Sudan, the Shilluk, the Nuer, and the Denk were fighting for cows for years, decades of years, even before they got independence. In Biafra land, there is no internal war. They are breeding people that as soon as the Biafra restoration happens, they want to grip power. They are building people. Britain is building people. Some Western world are building people. They know Biafrans are going. They know the restoration of Biafra is real. They build people because they said, no, this country can't have their freedom. And IPOB, we have a grip on that country. They are building their saboteurs, the infiltrators. We know. We are not in the 1960s. But I will tell you something before we go to the point of the day. There are certain things people don't understand that fell, the Biafran Civil War fell. When the Biafran Civil War fell, this is from Colonel Obosi. Remaining of them who survived, they promised them that we are going to regroup you people as a guerrilla team so that you continue the fight for the restoration of Biafra. They flew many of them to Cote d'Ivoire, flew to Gabon, Sao Tome. Most of them that we flew to Gabon, they were given the promises, don't worry, we send you there, we train you, you come back and continue the Biafran civil war. In Gabon, in Cote d'Ivoire, that most of them moved to. Gradually, they send this one, you have to go to training for this, for that in Canada. After that, we come back. There was no, it was letter writing and all these stuff. These they sent to America. You are going to be there to study this and study that. These they sent to France. They start to distribute them around the world. All of them start to lose contact. They cannot write, even if they write letter to each other. The British MI5, we read about it. They separated all of them. But unfortunately, this time around, IPO became, we already all around the world with social media, with telephones, with everything we communicate. That is why sometimes when they go home and tell some people, we will send you abroad, it is no more moving the people. Because if you are a saboteur, you sabotage us on ground, they send you abroad, we will grab you. Some of you who committed crime in Biafra land and all, some of you have run into Ghana. We will catch you in Ghana. Some of you have run into Lagos. We are going to catch you in Lagos. You will come and answer the crimes. The people you massacred, stole their car, you took money from them. And they are moving with pain that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu sent people to take money from them. Take their properties. And this IPOB leadership, as long as I, Mazi Saworo, is still in this struggle, I will never be a party to any group. Killing, committing crimes against our own people we have come to protect, taking ransom from them with the name of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, taking ransom and killing them that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu gave authorization. He never give anybody any authorization to do such. All of you doing that, you are all cheap criminals sponsored by the Nigerian government to destroy the restoration of Biafran project. Mazi Chinedu, I will stop here as we pick on the topics of the day, which our first topic, insecurity in Biafra land and the need to be alert. Thank you, Mazi Chinedu. We must continue. Do not forget that today is the 25th day of September, in Sunday, 2022. We are here live and direct with Mazi Saworo. Okay, Mazi, what I want you to also talk about. Yes. Can you hear me? I'm with you. Yes, okay. Okay. So, you know, what is happening in our land, many parts of Biafra land, is mind-boggling. When we talk about what all these people are doing, sponsored by the Nigerian government, because, you know, they know what they are doing. They want to destroy IPOB with criminality. Now, what about people that are following these gangs? Because they are not working alone. You know, according to some testimonies, you see them in some villages in some parts of Biafra land, as many as possible, 20, 30, even more. What do you tell the people? Because, I mean, the people behind. And also, you make it clear, many people in our land today that are suffering this, some of them are confused. Just as you said, is this how Biafra will come? They are killing us. While our leader in courts in Abuja have to say something personally from him, of which people should understand. How do you control this? How do you tell the people, the Biafrans that are suffering this? We saw people that are being collected taxes, daily taxes from
traders in our markets, causing more pain. Whereas our leader has outlawed contributions or monthly dues in Biafra land. Please, Mazi, put more light and talk more about all this. Over to you.
Mazi, Chinedu, thank you so much. I think you did a good, you made elaboration on this question that even everybody is supposed to understand what you are talking about. Mazi, everyone can bear me witness that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu came on Radio Biafra and banned contribution of money from Biafra land, that the people in diaspora must sponsor the struggle. Am I right or not?
Of course, of course. You're right.
Say that our people are suffering so much to label a levy on them. And for that reason, I have been on many occasions. People requested that they want to contribute. This Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, we say, no, bring it to the leadership. We will take care of the problem. We will go to meet. And because Mazi Nnamdi Kanu said, because he knew criminality can spread from there. Even, do you know that, Mazi, our people who are in prison, I'm going to elaborate these things, our coordinators, because some bad coordinators, I'm making it very clear, there are some of them who have some kind of behavior. They are so good in taxing people secretly. Now, we have some people in detention. Do you know that our people, some are sick in the prison? When you ask a coordinator or somebody close, why can't you people buy ampiclos, buy medicine and send for them? He told you, Onyendu said we should not collect money. Are you understanding my point?
That is
they can, that is, they want the leadership to bring money for medicine, ampiclos, something of 5,000, 10,000. Some of our people want the IPOB leadership. And in that case, we solve most of this problem without grudge. Reasons. Because Onyendu, because he gave that order, most of them are not happy. Because it is the way they are extorting people. Because Onyendu do not want this kind of extortion in Biafra land. Because even though at present time is very difficult for the leadership in terms of finance, but we go extra length to make sure we did not break this tradition. Let me tell you something. When this leadership came in, even before Nyedu put that decision, it is this GOS. If you are in IPOB in 2014, 15, do you understand me? 16, when Iranya Omiomio, they were tax masters. Every day contribute. They were tasking IPOB members around the world like tax collectors. But this leadership came in, Mazi Dozemi is there, other members of the DOS is there. We initiated that we won't tax our people even in diaspora. There is something to do? No. Pay your dues. That is all. Until you see ESN, if you watch before this DOS, it was the time, a defense levy, all this thing, all kind of levy. That administration brought all this levy on our people. This leadership came, we reviewed those things, we said, no, pay your dues before we come up with ESN. Hardly. It was because of ESN that you see people making fundraising. Now, since the formation of ESN, this criminality, but every part of Biafra land have the type of crime that are, moving on each area. It is not the same. And we have to be very, very, put everything clear. If you come Enugu, and I'm on Enugu on Iguacha Expressway, most of the crime, kidnapping syndicate in this area are Fulani herdsmen and the Nigerian military. These are the people. You go towards that Abia North. The kind of crime happening in those areas is Fulani herdsmen with the Nigerian military. Most of them are partaking in the kidnapping prospect going around that area. You come from Enugu, coming from Benue, Kogi to enter Enugu. Most of the crime kidnapping syndicate in these areas are also Fulani herdsmen. They are also the ones kidnapping and killing. But of recent, as we are pushing the people in Anambra, some of the people from Anambra and Imo, some criminals now are relocating towards Enugu. Now, you come to Imo State, Nnewi South, Ihiala, Lilu, Okpo, this area, Osumo, Osihitupa, Lilu, Uli, all this area, the crimes happening in this space, entering on it now, there are some criminal gangs, some people who are criminals, they are also participating. You come to this axis I just mentioned, the people committing crime in this axis are our own people, our own Biafran Igbo brothers. Mazi, then you move to Delta State. Most of the crime happening in that area, Fulani herdsmen combined with some criminals also who ran away from Imo State and Anambra towards that side. Then you go to Igbocha, go down to Igbocha, also crimes from some kidnappers, is some of our people from that region with Fulani herdsmen also committing crimes in those areas. Why I separated them in this way for people to understand that the crime is not the same in every state. There are people who are taking charge of a particular crime. Now, I want to specifically mention, I will come down, I will narrow it down between Imo State and Anambra, where most horrible things are happening. You know, what people don't understand, they don't know who is China Samoro. That is one thing, and I am happy they don't know. Not that they don't know me by face, or they don't know who I am. People knew me. I mean, if you come to Europe, there are people who know me in Europe. I used to be in Europe. You come to Middle East, people have met me. Many places, people knew me. But one thing is they don't know the type of person I am. I don't romance evil, and I don't show off. This struggle is bigger than anybody. We have come to serve our people, to serve so that we can restore a nation. That's why when they talk, I laugh at them. Sometimes when they talk, I will sit somewhere, I will laugh. I laugh at their stupidity. I laugh at their stupidity and the blackmail and greed. Mazi, I will tell people, Imo State people must listen. Those Imo State people, after when you will open this line, if you are from Imo State, you are from this area, you come on Radio Biafra, tell me China Saworu, you are lying. After I will explain what is happening. Mazi, at the formation of ESN, before we formation of ESN, we have the volunteers. And the volunteers were coming. Ikonso, when Ikonso came in, you know, I laugh at people when they talk. When Ikonso came in as the Imo State commander, Ikonso is a very energetic young man, zeal to work. I still have his voice message till now. Because I used to see the genuity. That man, you say, only sile. Otuobulo si de aniga. Only sile. Otuobulo si de aniga. I get married in there. I have some of Ikonso's voice message where he made a promise. Osimo only sile. This is how he used to call me. Ikonso became the commander. Ikonso was mobilizing. Everybody know that in Imo State before IPOB was shaking during the time of Okorocha. Ikonso came in and pulled and made a change. He came genuinely. When Ikonso started rising, he saw also a danger in Imo State, in our mama, in this Abere, also, he saw a danger. What is the danger? The drug cartels in Olo. He saw them. He saw what they were doing to the youth. When they saw the rise of Ikonso, how he was mobilizing people in Imo State, couples of them must start approaching Ikonso. They went through the border, they went everything, which Ikonso refused. Couples of them participated in the jailbreak in Imo State, which is drug cartels. They believed that Ikonso was growing the way he was mobilizing people. They have no option to release the criminals from the Imo State jail. To be able to confront that tsunami Ikonso was building to curtail crime and make sure that Fulani left. I want every Biafran to listen very, very carefully. They started to plan that Ikonso must come to join them. Ikonso was discouraging many youths to join the group of Hope Uzodinma. He was discouraging many youths. He gave many of the youths hope. He gave them the courage that Biafra will come, that we all need to rise up. And there were some bad eggs in IPOB, and although some of them were distributors of Ogu. You see this Ogu, they are calling Mozambique. If I am lying, anybody can come here and dispute me. Ogu and the Hope Uzodinma and many other stakeholders, they are the frontline dealers of drugs in Imo State. Ogu is a well-known distributor of drugs. Many of the killers, everybody, as I'm talking, everybody remember Osisi Kanku. When Osisi Kanku was disturbing in Aba, there is one of his right-hand man assassin they called 50 Cent. They were all in prison in Imo State. Number one, Sky. Many of them were in the prison. They were never IPOB members. They were never ESN. Why I'm saying this, and if you people in this area, I'm calling you, hear this name, I'm making it very clear. They were never in any part, any ESN officer, any volunteer in IPOB that will come and tell me that in 50 Cent, Sky, number one, were IPOB members or ESN. Let the person come and dispute me here on Radio Biafra. They were the set, they used some set of people and they attacked the Imo State prison. They released the prisoners, 1,000 something prisoners. Mazi, sometimes when there is prison break, all of them run away. Many prisoners will run away even from the state. But ask yourself a question. Why is it that most of the criminals that was released from the Imo State prison, they camp between Olo, Ihiala, Osuhitupa, Nilu, or Sumohu? Ask yourself these questions. Have you asked yourself these questions? The moment those people came in, they mix, they come and they buy. There are some IPOB members, they be able to take those who were not strong. They took some of them. They start to form a criminal gang. That was when people asked, why is Ikonso? Why did they kill Ikonso near their house or near their destiny? Why Ikonso? No, because in where Ikonso used to be with some of them, they told him they were after Ikonso's life. He could no more lead some of his men. Everybody leave, they take other place. He was trying to get a place. And it was one of our brother in America. We are investigating everybody, even if it is 10 years. He gave Ikonso. Nobody knows gave Ikonso a place he was staying. Both the guy in Austria that they used to call one Ezawa, all of them, they knew. That is why the question is, Mazi, why is it that when they killed Ikonso, they came to the house of this Ezamo Kamara, they killed Ikonso in his place? Why they didn't set the place on fire? Because everywhere they go, they set people's house on fire. But they killed Ikonso, and they went to Ikonso. They said Ikonso was exchanging gun bullets with them. In a building, somebody was exchanging gun bullets. After you got him, you didn't burn down the place. The Nigerian army tradition, we know, we set the place on fire. But they didn't burn the place. They went to Ikonso's father's compound and set the whole compound where Ikonso did not even attack them. Mazi Chinedu, are you getting my point very clear?
I understand. I'm getting it. You know, as you said, everything will come clear, even if it takes 50 years.
Thank you. We continue to investigate issues. Now, the question we rise, we say, Ikonso, you say you were pursuing Ikonso. Even the person that Ikonso was in his place, who gave Ikonso his place, Ikonso was hiding. How did they know he was there? They came. That day, Ikonso called me. He said, you see, I'm seeing where I am. That people, I say, where? He said, it's one of our brother's house. I used to come in here, but I don't know how these people. I said, okay, go out. He said he's seeing things. But why not go to the camp? He said, no, you know, these guys that he's planning after he will go and see how we will settle those. That is when they have bring out those prisoners. I am telling you, they tell Ikonso, if he come inside there, that they will kill him. Some of them. He started to wonder, our own people, how did they join these criminals? Some of our people, how did they join the criminals? He was shocked. He's trying to see, these people that come out from prison, how did few of you become part of them? I do not want to go deep. Why I am building this case is for people to understand. Because of drug war, they started. IPOB members who they know, they rise up against this and whole pools of them now mobilize, many of them from prison. Some of them, Mazi, 2 days ago in our Mama, day before yesterday, I made a post. There was a guy that they killed also, they called Oji something. He was an armed robber. Because he's dead now. Let me say, he was an armed robber in our Mama. This guy was an armed robber. He went to prison for 7 years for robbery that they killed somebody. He was released from prison 3 years or 4 years ago, and he's rolling with Ogu and the whole pools of the man. There are many people kidnapped in our mama. There is one of our brothers, they kidnapped him, took 5 million from him, and took his Lexus. Up to 12 people were kidnapped, and this guy they just killed him, the our youth, who decided to take everything into their hands. They have been able to catch them. This is the people they are using in communities, committing heinous crimes. Now, why is the insecurity in Imo State and Anambra, this axis is very dangerous for the struggle for indigenous people of Biafra? With all the people we have been able to interview, the people who survived some kidnapping raids, and our people we have planted, when they kidnap people, when I'm telling you people, Biafrans, you see all those guys that come on Facebook and tell you, what are you people doing to release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu? Whenever you see somebody comment that and he is one of these criminals. Because that is the same question they are using in the kidnapping den in Imo State. When they capture our people, they go to the house, they arrest people. Along the road, they adopt people. They will come and ask you, what are you doing to releasing Nnamdi Kanu from the detention? As if that the common man going on the street have a responsibility to go to release our leader in DSS dungeon. What are you doing? You know that Nnamdi Kanu, the person you are talking may not even be a supporter of the Biafra struggle. It's not compulsory everybody will support what we are doing. He said, okay, I used to follow, I talk in favor. Of course, that person may be talking out of fear. I used to support Nnamdi Kanu. They say, but what money are you bringing to support Nnamdi Kanu? Remember, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is in the detention. They say, okay, now, you will give us 20 million for supporting Nnamdi Kanu in the struggle. My brothers and sisters, my fellow IPOB members, when you took 20 million from somebody in the name of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, do you think when the person goes out there, he will tell you, no, it is not Nnamdi Kanu boys that took this money from him? Mazi Chinedu, can you answer me that?
Of course not. He will have a crimination against even Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and IPOB.
That is it. And Mazi, as you are from our side, right? They said, okay, you can earn 20 million for a gun. Mazi, from investigation of IPOB intelligence unit, we realized that for past 10 years in Olo, 6 years, 7 years, 10 years, people always intimidate people by Nyanye Gomporo. Am I lying?
You're right.
I mean, before the formation of ESN, before the even IPOB start to rage everywhere in Olo, people from Olu know what I'm saying. That sometimes you come home, some boys come and say, Nyanye Gomporo. Egomporo did not start today in Olo. Why will you attach it to IPOB? There are many people they have taken. What are you doing to give Nnamdi Kanu? What are you doing? The person said they will say you will give us 100 million. And I can tell you categorically, Biafrans, for 1 year and from our own record and investigation and reports that have come to us, the number of cars robbed in Olo, we here like this axis, they have never robbed luxury cars. It's less than 1,000 cars. And they have never collected ransom in this area. They have collected up to 1.something billion naira. We have people, and after this broadcast, we will put our inquiry line for those of them who have fallen victims. Continue to send us inquiries, send us informations about what they did to you in Osuhitupa. Really, because when they catch you in Uli, the people in Osuhitupa will come and take you and return to go to negotiate. They have bring all kinds of criminals, hope who's of them they release, just to dent the name of IPOB. And the Nigerian government, the DSS, they are collecting all these data, using it. And let me make it very clear. Some communities, I'm telling Biafrans, if you don't know, some communities have gathered themselves and visited the IPOB legal team to report the criminality going in their areas in the name of ESN. Are you getting me clear?
Yes,
some communities within Olo sent a delegation to IPOB legal team to report that the ESN in their community are adopting their daughters as small as 10 years, as small as 12 years, and adopt them as concubines inside that criminal den, and most of them are pregnant. I am not the one, the cases are there. This is all they are doing to make sure they destroy the name of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and IPOB. Many communities are gathering within these axis. Some of their people are gathering. We asked them, why do you say it is IPOB? They said, everybody caught. They say they are doing it because Mazi Nnamdi Kanu need to support the Biafra struggle. You need to get money. They need money to support the Biafra struggle. And I am asking every one of you this evening, after this broadcast, ask yourself, is this what we have come? Because some of you, the money will be collected. If IPOB leadership don't say anything, they say, okay, if they give them 100 million, they give to Nnamdi Kanu, they give to IPOB leadership. We can never be part of this. We have come to support our people. We have come to protect our people. We have come to make sure we liberate our people from this bondage. And the last we can do is to kill them and destroy them. Today, we have gone and destroyed a quote goods worth millions and billions. Then somebody will not tell you the reason that criminals, the same video all of you are seeing, it is in the social media video where they are inside the market. Even you saw somebody wearing a cap, IPOB, with the AK-47 hanging on his neck. I am asking all of you, in that market, what do you think that people that came to the market will say? If that guy, anything, they will say IPOB is patrolling here with God. Is this the IPOB ideology? Is this what we have come for? You go to these areas, they snatch cars, they butchered cars, luxury cars, some of them take cars and repaint and hand over to their girlfriends. Most of them, cars, they are riding are cars taken from our people. Some people, they will catch them, they will after sweeping all the money from their account, and if they see the car is very luxury, they kill the person. And the people will tell you, this is IPOB, we are doing it for IPOB. You are doing it for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Can anybody come and dispute that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, who is in the DSS dungeon, somebody will say, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, yes, we are talking with somebody. He told us Mazi Nnamdi Kanu said we should continue doing what you are doing. And you believe that person, is it Mazi Nnamdi Kanu that you know? We tell people to continue killing our people. Like Mazi Chinedu said here, because of this criminality, our leader have to come out in the court and make a statement that we have not come to kill those we're supposed to protect. We are going to say and know what our leader said. It's because those reports are going there. People are reporting to the legal team. Some people may not come to us because they feel, oh, those people, they are the leadership. No, IPOB leadership. No, we have been. Let me shock everybody here. Everybody here knows our brother called Benjamin Madugu. Every one of you know him. He was in the prison with Onyendu. And some of these things happening near his place. On three occasions, IPOB intelligence have foiled the attack. They say that Madugu is exposing them. He don't want them to operate a free hand. They want to come and set his house on fire and behead him. 3 times, Mazi Chinedu is saying it on Radio Biafra. On 3 occasions, they have loaded their cars. But when they found out that we were waiting, the confusion came that it is a dangerous mission. On 3 occasions, they have dared. If what I am saying, I am lying, may whatever I'm looking for this struggle, may I never get it. This is how dangerous. They said he's the one, because he is living in those part of that area. They say he's the one maybe telling the leadership what they are doing, which is not. Everybody knows since our brother came out with our leader, do you understand me? Because he still have case in the court. They do not participate, but their guilty conscience is pricking them. They feel, because he used to tell them in their community, when people bring report as to him, as somebody who was a prison mate with Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, he told them, IPOB, ESN, this is not ESN. Many communities have come to him, say this is what IPOB. He told them that these people are not IPOB. They are not ESN. On 3 occasions, they have planned to come to set his house on fire and behead him. All of them that planned it, we have every information, all their plans, what they have planned. And 3 times it has been foiled. And this is how you who have ventured in that we live to see Biafra. Mazi, we are battling with the Nigerian government on a clandestine war that our people don't understand. Some fools will come on Facebook. The person talking, do you understand me? We posted ESN, do you understand me? Graduation few days, people talking. That does not show you that they don't know what is happening in ESN. Some of them come because we want to control this internal security. We want to control that because crime that Nigerian government is sponsoring to dent the image of IPOB and to dent the image of the Biafra struggle is huge. And we are equal to the task. Somebody, ESN, you said, I think so, then ESN release just ordinary. Then you start. Why? Most of them also, who are claiming they love Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, they are part of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. They are also talking to politicians, telling them that IPOB, ESN have been destroyed. That's why every day you see military coming to subdue. They are taking money. They are handing. The day all of you will hear it, you will marvel. Mazi, sometimes they go and commit heinous crime. When they start attacking them, they want IPOB media to come and shout, to join voice and shout, oh, no, we won't do that. We are not fools. We control Biafra land. We know what is happening. You send common criminals, they go and attack people, snatch cars. When they are pursuing them, they start shooting, and at the end of the day, they bomb people's houses. Mazi, the same thing I am saying this to people in Amangu or Hafia. ESN does not have any place in Amangu or Hafia. That is all I can say. Everybody, Mazi, these are strategic routes. The criminals will go, they sponsor them. Where they will do. Since they hold Onyendu, how many times have they bombed houses in Amangu or Hafia? For what reason? For what reason? Pocket criminals gather somewhere in the name of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Somebody will come out, a grown-up person. That person Nnamdi Kanu told me in 2020, 2010, and all the hour stupid sets of people. Mazi, we want Biafrans to understand what is happening in their land. Because information is the key. Every day we get report of people kidnapped, requesting 5 million. Now they go to people's houses. They told you that you must support the struggle if you are living in Lagos. If not, if you don't support the struggle, they will burn your house, they will destroy you, you will never come back to Olo. These are what the Nigerian government, Hope Uzodimma, is using them to cause. He is threatening people or look people that they maybe have sympathy for the Biafra struggle. And that's the people these people we call. They know that those people they are calling are all sympathizers of what we are doing. They call them by names. They have their telephone numbers. They will tell them, some that are abroad, they will ask them, they should give them accounts. They will give them accounts in abroad. They should pay in the money in abroad. If you don't bring them a GoPro 20 million, Houses people have suffered and built. They will threaten you, we will set your house on fire if you don't bring money to support Nnamdi Kanu. Mazi, that is the reason why I am on air today. I do not want to come here to, romance anything, but I want our people to understand the dangers lying ahead. The criminality the government of Imo State is committing with criminals in Olo, packaging them to use it to nail Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in the court of law. Because most of them who are victims, most of them, their families were killed in that place. Most of them that they asked the family to bring money and they refused to bring, they killed them. They are all telling the stories. They are coming together. They are making reports to IPOB leadership on a daily basis. They have went as far as going to the IPOB legal team to make a formal complaint that ESN, which there is no ESN, Mazi Chinedu came on radio, announced it, a more powerful, make compressed statement. IPOB ESN does not have any location, any camp in Osuhitupa, in Osumogu, in Nilu, in Ihiala. We have no camp in this area. Anybody operating in this area ignorantly, please, you still have time to leave. Run away from criminality. They have deceived you. Nigerian government, we have their communications, some of them. Some of them having link. They are there. The people I call their names already. They have connections with the politicians. Like one of the guys they call Sky. He had the connection with the man that brought in this is, I don't want to call his name because he's seriously on our radar. He had connection with this guy that brought in Asari Dokubo. He is the right-hand man of Hope Uzodinma. He's his right-hand man. He's the one, the boys from Asari, from the Ribara area, Asari, the missionaries, they keep them in house. And this guy have a good connection with them. They communicate. All of them communicate. And all these things, before the end of this program, I will mention their names so that most of the people who are in that area, those people are telling you that they are IPOB, they are ESN members. I can tell you they are not ESN. Nobody, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, asked to collect money on his name. These are what some of these criminals in the USA are doing. When those things happen, as they burn a quota today, we make fundraising. They shoot gun, they kill our people, they use it and make fundraising. The blood of our people is on their head because it's criminality that most of them are supporting. They don't know those people. They have no idea. Just that they urge to destroy IPOB leadership. They engage themselves with criminals. We have one of our brother, he studied in France. He came back because of this struggle. Those boys pick him when they hear it's an IPOB member and they killed him. And people want us to keep silent. And from today on, if you don't respect yourself, anybody that uses Mazi Nnamdi Kanu name and they encourage criminals, some of you, I am not going to mention your name on air, but I have the audio evidence that implicates all of you. I will only wait Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to come out, and those audio will be played. And most of you who have contributed so much in this agony in Biafra land, all of you will pay one after the other. Mazi Chinedu.
Mazi, many of our people or some of our people think that everything is in Bura here. Oh, let us use Biafra to do business in one way or the other. Is our enemy supporting them? I've been sponsoring them, giving them that. The chance to do it. Now, Mazi, before I open the lines, please, there is one question which I will like you to treat. In some parts of our parts of Biafra land, even in my place, Reports are coming every day from there. There is virtually no Nigerian government presence. What do I mean? No police presence. To solve issues, even civil matters.
Yes.
So, settling land. Now, nature abhors vacuum. This is also one of the reasons why all these people, somebody will just gather people and with guns and become settler of kidnapping and settling cases of land cases. We see it. People will be coming, before they talk about your case, you will even pay money. That is what matters. Now, what is IPOB doing about this? Because nature abhors vacuum. The lack of presence of Nigeria police in our land, in many parts. So people are left to deal with themselves. It becomes a jungle also. So what is IPOB leadership or IPOB trying to do in this case in order to make sure that there is no vacuum? Because if you leave it like that, there must be vacuum, and nature never allows vacuum. Mazi, please go on.
Mazi, thank you. Mazi, for us, I don't think there is vacuum. Why did I say so? The attention returned back to Chinedu again, because in a couple of months, their attention was Anambra. When those guys, the crime was high during the elections, September, October, they groom these guys for Anambra, thinking there will be a crisis in the election. When the election went through, there was no crisis. There was a cross-border crime in Anambra. Those guys in Osuhitopa, Osumohu, they now started moving in. They were not terrorizing Imo State. It's so to be like that in all area. The crime, there was a cross-border crime. They start coming inside Ihiala, start recruiting boys. They start making calls. Why I'm saying because there is no vacuum is this. In communities, they settle land disputes. If a community, they have a traditional land, they have elders, they have their land issues. The land issue is as old as human being and land. Now, communities have a way they settle issues. Even if there is a problem, as I always say, we're still sharing the same systems with the zoo in our space. After all, many of our people are still in the detention. People can go to courts. In the zoo courts. So, if people have issues and somebody with gun, criminals, and go and seize you. Last time I released a video, they even catch a pastor. That a girl say he gave him 2 million naira. The lady, say he gave the pastor 2 million naira to marry her. The pastor didn't marry. He gave to another person. The lady went and reported to some of these people. He said, don't worry, I will use these guys to come and carry the pastor. Mazi, is this issue? You tell me there is vacuum? There is no vacuum. One thing is this. Hope Uzodinma just wanted to punish his people. He wanted to give a place for the Fulanis. When we started the campaign, Fulani started to go away in Imo State. It's not that but he was planning to station Fulanis in Olo. And all this thing he's making is trying to do fear. People who will oppose him. Not minding all this thing happening in Olo, we still have strong supporters. Strong people who believe in the Biafran struggle in Olo. Now, during that time, you see, why I said it's a total crime issue. It's not something of power vacuum. Now, they were crossing to Nnewi. They started forming, jumping over from Nnewi before Soludo came in. When this issue started happening, we make everything clear. Do you understand me? When the Soludo went and met our leader, there is nothing, any information, I am sure. It is the same issue. I'm making it very clear. When Soludo went and met our leader, I am very, very sure
that it is the same issue of criminality that was tabled. Onyemdu never told us what he discussed with Soludo, but we have an instruction from our leader through the normal channel after the visit of Soludo. He said, I got a report there is criminality in this area. In Anambra, you people must do all you can to make sure these criminals stop killing our people. And that is why we went into work. And today, in Anambra, everybody can bear witness. Forget about all this nonsense Soludo they are doing. 80% of the calmness security situation you see today in Anambra is IPOB and ESN. Nobody can dispute that. One thing I believe, and this leadership believe, we do not believe that security is by carrying gun. We can dislodge any group just with our mind and with the connections we have. We can dismantle them. But the problem we are having in most cases is, which is a normal phenomenon in anything you're doing, when you have infiltrators, on ground, there are people, they claim they are IPOB. They are double agents. When IPOB want to make a move, when ESM want to go for the criminals, that day, because you can't deny these things is happening. When we want to go, and that day you will see the Nigerian military, we put 5, 6 armored vehicles, they block everywhere. Then you start to ask. That's why I say the government knows what is happening. Opuzodima knows what is happening. He protects them because these are people they are grooming. They will use to unleash terror on the people because of election. You know, he couldn't have released all those guys in prison. You can imagine, since Buhari came to power, you can imagine how many prison breaks that happened in Nigeria. And the opposite needed to do his own share because he's learning from the masters what they are doing. So intentionally, he stationed them with drug cartels. This is the problem happening in Olo. Many youths, this old you here, they run $1 billion business drug cartels in Olo. Some people they kill is not because of IPOB. It's not because of crime. It's because they have a drug deal. They have a drug business. They go, they threaten, they kill. What people don't understand, that all people, most of them know what I'm talking about. That this is the problem. It is not a vacuum. No vacuum. But it's a calculated strategy. Hope is keeping there for 2023. Because he knows the people will never accept him. So he made plans ahead. He used them to murder his opponents. He used them to commit many crimes. But I can tell you something. The game is over for him. He has caused damage. And one day people will expose him. Some senators, some House of Rep member, some who want to go for House of Rep in Imo State have all connections. They do send money to some of these boys inside that camp. And the day we will release some facts. And I will not keep silent. Some of their evidence must come out on social media so that the people will, to justify what we are saying. Because we don't blackmail. We speak, anything I speak here, I speak with facts and figures. It's different. Somebody come and say, Chinedu, I want to eat 50 billion. No, you just talking. Give facts and figures. Mention, because I will come here, I will tell you what you did. I don't know you. You are not my brother, you are not my sister. I do not care, even if you are my brother, my sister, you cannot destroy this struggle. Men have died, people died, people shed their blood for this struggle. They believe in what we are doing. And all of a sudden, you use criminality to come and dent it. Mazi, it will not happen. It will not happen. Thank you so much.
Yeah, Mazi, I think now we will go into a few minutes break so that when we come back, the lines will be opened so that people will ask questions or make their contributions as usual. Please don't go away.
Saturday, 17th of September 2022.
A gang of Nigerian soldiers came to Ekotutu, Osi-Itupa. They destroy shops, people's properties, lives. Look at my shop. I'm a graduate. I have nothing doing. Look at how they render me useless in Osi-Itupa. They set my shop ablaze. This shop now, I'm a glow agent. I'm dealing on phones and the phones accessories. Registering people's SIM card. Now, look at my shop. Both the show glass, the counter, the goose. What of millions of naira damage here? No less than 10 million naira damage here. How can I start again? They went to my second shop, start to break it, but that one wasn't giving them access because of its decking. What are we going to do? Have you committed any offense? The Nigerian soldiers that are supposed to defend the country, they are saying say no to Biafra, say no to IPOP. They are shouting it, say no to IPOP. Am I an IPOP member? Do you see any mark on me? I'm a graduate. I'm a graduate of Imose University, and also a graduate of Urban University Rome, and also a graduate of postgraduate diploma in education. And education is, what is wrong with these people? They have to pay for this show. To answer Anselm from Osi-Itupa. Look at my shop. Yesterday, being Saturday, 17th of September 2022, a gang of Nigerian soldiers came to Ekotutu, Osi-Itupa. They destroy shops, people's properties, lives. Look at my shop. I'm a graduate. I have nothing doing. Look at how they render me useless in Osi-Itupa. They set my shop ablaze. This shop now, I'm a glow agent. I'm dealing on phones and the phones accessories. Registering people's SIM card. Now, look at my shop. Both the show glass, the counter, the goose. What of millions of naira damage here? No less than 10 million naira damage here. How can I start again? They went to my second shop, start to break it, but that one wasn't giving them access because of its decking. What are we going to do? Have you committed any offense? The Nigerian soldiers that are supposed to defend the country, they are saying say no to Biafra, say no to IPOP. They are shouting it, say no to IPOP. Am I an IPOP member? Do you see any mark on me? I'm a graduate. I'm a graduate of Imose University, and also a graduate of Urban University Rome, and also a graduate of postgraduate diploma in education. And education is, what is wrong with these people? They have to pay for this show. To answer Anselm from Osi-Itupa.
Welcome back. This is Radio Biafra HAUSA-SERVICE coming to you through the auspices of Radio Biafra London. My name remains Mazi Chinedu from Malu province of Biafra land, and I am here with Mazi Chinasa, one of the leaders of the indigenous people of Biafra. Today is the 25th day of September 2022. We are here live and direct. Our lines are now open. Our direct line is +1 213 328 6224. I repeat, +1 213 328 6224. Our WhatsApp and Signal line is +61 405 142 547. I repeat, +61 405 142 547. Please, when you call, you will have a maximum of 4 minutes to make your point or ask your question, please, because many people we love to call. We are waiting. We want to take as much calls as possible. So when you are talking, I will be looking at the time. Please, not to tell me, oh wait, no, I'll cut you off. So please, I'm warning you now. You have maximum 4 minutes to make your point, because 4 minutes I think is reasonable. I have a caller on WhatsApp. The first caller on WhatsApp. Caller on WhatsApp, can you hear me? Welcome to the program.
Good evening, Mazi, Chinedu, and good evening.
Yeah, welcome to the program.
Because of interactive session, so I'll be in English. So I'm calling from Biafra line. So the thing is that I want to invite Mazi Chinedu because it's not easy. What we are doing is not easy at all. And his clarification is enough. And Almighty blessing so much. It's not easy. What I can feel his pains and the stress in him, but I also encourage him as a fellow comrade. Please, we will keep on fighting till we get what we want. It's not easy. For me, from here, please continue, my brother. It's not easy. So the thing I want to contribute is one thing is I think presently our religion is not
where you are is highly noisy. And you, Mazi, where you are is highly noisy. Why there are people there are very.
Are you not hearing?
I'm hearing you, but there is noise coming from the background. But go on.
There's no noise from me. Okay. So the thing I wanted to ask is that based on all this criminality happening now, are you getting it? And the thing is still like, like going up, people are dying, like I saw what happened and I'm trying to keep them. Is there any way that they can avert it? There's any way they can, this thing can be reduced? So that, and all these infiltrators, since we know them, like people that in Biafra are causing all the problem, is there not any way for them, or like since law is happening there and they know that, they should like take them up in law so that, like I know that here there is no law that can, fight those people doing this criminal. Even though you catch them now, they cannot even like judge them very well. So those people that they have knew that is sponsoring them, they should like take them to court. I mean, this is my own suggestion. Since maybe they know all these people, take them to court so they can be answering their question there. If they can, stop from their way of sponsoring these people. Are you getting me? Like this infiltrator that we know him very, very well. I don't want to mention it, we know him very, very well from Europe. They stop all these people because how they may be lying. Are you getting it? They are spoiling things for us. And I know that the strategy that's supposed to be on ground is supposed to achieve. Because of their strategy, innocent people are dying. Are you getting the point now? Innocent people are dying because of those of their actions. Even people in the market now, like the one that happened, I think the market they bought, is many people lost their goods. Like the man complained, many people lost their goods. And it's because of maybe 2 or 3 people. And we know, from what I'm hearing from him, I believe that they know some of them outside there doing those rubbish. I mean, if there will be a way, I don't know, but I'm like, them that is outside there, they know, the solution that is best to them. But I suggest taking them to court will be more better.
Thank you.
More better.
Thank you.
So that is my own.
Thank you. Your question or your contribution is noted. I don't know, Mazi Chinasa, do you have anything to say?
Well, Mazi, it's a contribution he made, and even the question he said, I think I have answered some of them. We are already doing our best. In Anambra, you can see it. In Imo State, it's a particular place that these things are happening. And we will continue to do our best to make sure that criminalities will not be attached to the name of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and to this hallowed movement, which is to the name of Mazi Nnamdi. We will make sure, and that's why what we are doing. That's why everything is not about gun and bullets. Educating our people, informing our people, letting those people that they have taken money from them in the name of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to understand, Some of them will not talk. They are in pain. They are also afraid that maybe when they go and talk it, IPOB will come after their life again. But we want to let them know it is not IPOB. IPOB movement is sponsored by Biafrans around the world, living in diaspora, contributing our $10, $20, €20. Those contributing, this is what we are using, not the millions that people are coming to you, telling you that you are not supporting Biafra struggle, you must bring 100 million. This is not the way we are running this struggle, and this is not the way we are getting our donations for this struggle. And none of those people who are doing those things can say that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu sent him. If any one of them say that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu sent him, that IPOB leadership sent him, the person can come out also on this radio Biafra and debunk anything I am saying. Mazi, there
were. And even the money, the ransom they are collecting, they don't even, IPOB don't know anything about it.
They don't.
No, okay.
We are not part of it.
Of course. Let me take this caller on signal. Welcome to the program. Please, you have maximum 4 minutes. Go on, please. Mazi. There we
But I can't hear. Is it talking? I can't hear anybody talking.
Mazi, why is are you, please speak up.
Are you hearing me, my brother?
It's better now. I don't know. What were you using before?
Okay, bro. Thank you so much. Mazi Jonathan, thank you for picking my call. May God bless you. I want to use also this opportunity to tell our brother Mazi Sangoro that what the great leader of this movement said about you is really true, that you are a chamber. And I keep on asking you to remain strong by exposing this criminality, because IPOB third in the platform of whiter than white and whiter. Thank you for the good job. We are behind you, fighting this criminality until defeat them and also get Biafra restored. Fellow Biafrans, my name is Mazi Akas. I'm calling from Austria. I'm the Special Secretary of IPOB Austria National PR. Mazi Sangoro, I just know if I call it a question or a contribution, but I think you want to have upon this market in our talk, or we hope also don't send the army to destroy the goods people. We still saw the same Supreme Court governor lying with his teeth, saying that the reason why they went there is because there are people trying to build bombs with fertilizer. I begin to wonder, is it because of so you went to destroy millions of billions of goods, destroy people's property? And the same criminal is saying that even as this thing has happened, we can rebuild it, we can do this. But everybody knows the truth that anything that has been destroyed in that full called Nigeria, it's only the poor people suffered. Nobody compensate them. Nobody do anything about it. I want to ask, this thing this man have done, how can the people that are facing this hardship right now, how can these people revoke what most of them have done to them? Because families are crying, people have died. And this man is lying. If people who are biased or who don't understand exactly what is happening in Imo State, we think maybe they will think of what this criminal is saying. That the people is going to get the shop is going to be repaired and the people will get compensation. Please, I want you to say something about it, because this is a completely lie from the pit of hell.
There, woman.
It's not one Yoshi.
There,
one Yoshi. Mazi, thank you. My bless you guys.
There, and you too. Mazi Chinasa, can you hear?
Yeah, Mazi. Everybody can remember when our leader said on Radio Biafra, when ESM was formed, that he warned everybody, both in diaspora and those in Biafra land, to stop communicating with the people in Biafra land. Most time in the intelligence gathering, the way Nigeria is working, people think they will send people in Biafra land to come to meet them. They will not. What they do, they set out their agent in diaspora. Even if they get your number at home, they will never call you. Even those their agents working at home will not call you. They will look for somebody in diaspora and they hand him over your telephone number. They will call you, say, my brother, hello, too Lordy. We are trying, because everybody at home will tell you, it's always an open door. He will tell you, don't worry. He will send $100. Now I'm going to buy a recharge card. Then tomorrow you open your mouth. He said, don't worry, you want a telephone. I will buy you telephone. They started by dishing out $100, $200, because they know most of you are very hungry. Most of you hungry is not because you don't have the money, but the greed, the Nigerian syndrome of not being satisfied with what you have. They want, even if you have affected many of our people. They start giving you start selling the information. As you are selling the information to them, he is now returning it, passing it back to Hope Uzodinma and their team. Some of our people causing this problem in that side, they are in diaspora. You know that is where they normally go to champion their people. Last time IPOB stopped Hope Uzodinma coming to Rome, stop him coming to UK. You know, he's mad because they want to come and gather my people again and talk rubbish. What you said about Hope has been a habitual liar, a pathological liar. Everybody knew when Hope entered how he said that we bomb here, bomb here. Do you know why Hope used to make those statements? He is using it for Nigerian government because he's collecting huge amount of security vote in Imo State. He is collecting huge amount. So when he collects, he tried to pass MAGA, and pass MAGA, he goes back. Who is putting bombs for him? Who is IPOB manufacturing bombs? Most of the boys Hope Uzodinma is pursuing within Olo. They were his boys. They were some of the boys he used in election. They all fall out when he was a senator. What are we talking? Some of them he killed, some of them, those who refused to work with him were here because IPOB was when IPOB, before he came to power, IPOB was there. He tried to mobilize them. Ikonso was powerfully mobilizing people. He's pursuing many. It's people that he knew. Hope can lie everything. Hope can say anything. And one thing is this. They have a connection. Connect to the women in America, some women in America. The women will connect with some people in Europe. Some of them are even sharing information. They don't know who they are sharing the information to. I have said this thing on Radio Biafra on many occasions, that this woman in America, they call Mrs. Bridget, brought in many people on the forum, in the Zoom, where he brought IPOB leadership. And we saw her as an IPOB woman leader. But she brought in people in that particular Zoom meeting. When we questioned, who are these people? She gave one flimsy excuse. These are people, they are not Biafrans, but they support what we are doing. And if they support what we are doing, they are not. Some are not IPOB. And some men are there. They are not IPOB, but they support what we are doing because of money. And We asked questions. They refused those people to talk. We don't know who they are. And they did not make any statement. Then, when he was asked, why did you invite these people in the midst of this? Those people listening might be Nigerian agents, Nigerian intelligence agency, because they are bringing her small money. They throw 500. IPOB can pay thousands of dollars to get information. The same way Nigerian system operates. We can pay money to access information. The same way Nigerian government is doing. Now, they contribute her $500. Oh, she brings $500. You don't know who is bringing $500. Now, when we asked her, we said, somebody asked her, said, since you know that you are bringing IPOB leadership, he said, no, I brought them because the people were mounting me pressure. So I brought them so that the people can hear. Now, when you brought me and Chukwu your form, why you did not allow those people to ask us questions? Because they were mounting you pressure. Asking you deep information, they're asking you. Then you brought us to the meeting. The people that are confronting you with questions, they refuse to talk to us. They all lie low, silent. Out of 36 people, only 4 of them, 5 of them, who I have already spoken to, spent 6 hours explaining everything to them. So my brother, these are the operations. And I will say something here. As day goes by, the plans, the people who supported, who planned on the adoption of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, everything revealing step by step. Even if it takes 100 years, 10 years, we will collect every data step by step. Even people, as things are opening, we now opening new doors, finding those who said, when they hear Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was about, whether they have a team that was about to form the ESN, they said they are just waiting. After he launched the ESN, we will remove him out of the way. The people are there, and we will come for them when the time reaches. That as soon as he launched this agreement, they will remove him out of the way. Most of you don't know, they plan to kill Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. What happened in Kenya was not a man. They planned to kill him. That was what they did. Mazi, when they captured Mazi, when they adopted Mazi, I came here, I told you it's a Nigerian conspiracy with some people that came inside IPOB, with some people, they connect all of them. They were all many, they pursue our leader from different angles. 24 hours, our leader arrived in Nigeria. Some people already go and bring out their red beret. They start talking on social media. When everybody is shocked, they start blaming people. They start to become head of state. They start to become the leader. Who will be the spokesperson? As all the meeting was going on, we were watching, trying to understand. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is a genius. Most of them, he created them as castles in the air. But he built DOS from the grassroots. Most of them, they come. Sometimes you may think you want to blame Mazi Nnamdi Kanu for calling this person name, calling that person name. No, that man is a genius. As time goes on, I start to understand. Even the woman in America who brought out a letter that the Mazi Nnamdi Kanu said anytime you didn't find him that she's the leader. Who knows what Mazi Nnamdi Kanu told her when she found out the curiosity? Somebody who can do like that, at 1 minute, government have bought him, she can poison Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Let me tell you people one thing many people don't understand. In our culture, around the world, everywhere, do you know the reason why when the first son, the first child in the family, why most times the second one, if it is a king in the family, it is not the second one that will become the king. If the first son have a child. I hope everybody has to understand that. In Igbo culture, in American culture, in anywhere they have kingship, it is because of people who are second in line. They are always thinking, if you leave it like this, they will kill the first one because of power monger. That is why, let me give an example with the British king. All of us know King Charles was made the king, who will be the next? If King Charles died tomorrow, who will be the next? It will be Williams. If Williams died tomorrow, the kingship will not come to Harry. It will go to the son of Williams. That is how the lineage of things goes. People were all around, people preparing for waiting for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu downfall for them to take over. It is the night. Answered some of them. We are already doing our best. In Anambra, you can see it. In Imo State, it's a particular place that these things are happening. And we will continue to do our best to make sure that criminalities will not be attached to the name of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and to this hallowed movement, which is to the name of Mazi Nnamdi. We will make sure. And that's why what we are doing. That's why everything is not about gun and bullets. Educating our people, informing our people, letting those people that they have taken money from them in the name of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to understand. Some of them will not talk. They are in pain. They are also afraid that maybe when they go and talk it, IPOB will come after their life again. But we want to let them know it is not IPOB. IPOB movement is sponsored by Biafrans around the world, living in diaspora, contributing our $10, $20, €20. Those contributing, this is what we are using, not the millions that people are coming to you, telling you that you are not supporting Biafra struggle, you must bring 100 million. This is not the way we are running this struggle, and this is not the way we are getting our donations for this struggle. And none of those people who are doing those things can say that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu sent him. If any one of them say that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu sent him, that IPOB leadership sent him, the person can come out also on this radio Biafra and debunk anything I am saying. Mazi, there were. And even the money, the ransom they are collecting, they don't even, IPOB don't know anything about it. They don't. No, okay. We are not part of it.
Of course. Let me take this caller on signal. Welcome to the program. Please, you have maximum 4 minutes. Go on, please. Mazi. There we
But I can't hear. Is it talking? I can't hear anybody talking.
Mazi, why is please speak up.
Are you hearing me now, brother?
It's better now. I don't know. What were you using before?
Okay, bro. Thank you so much. Mazi Jonathan, thank you for picking my call. May you go, bless you. I want to use also this opportunity to tell our brother Mazi Sangoro that what the great leader of this movement said about you is really true, that you are a chamber. And I keep on asking you to remain strong by exposing this criminality, because IPOB third in the platform of whiter than white and whiter. Thank you for the good job. We are behind you fighting this criminality until defeat them and also get Biafra restored. Fellow Biafrans, my name is Mazi Akas. I'm calling from Austria. I'm the Special Secretary of IPOB Austria National PR. Mazi Sangoro, I just know if I call it a question or a contribution, but I think you want to have upon this market in our we hope also don't send the army to destroy the goods people. We still saw the same Supreme Court governor lying with his teeth, saying that the reason why they went there is because there are people trying to build bombs with fertilizer. I begin to wonder, is it because of so you went to destroy millions of billions of goods
destroy people's property. And the same criminal is saying that even as these things has happened, we can rebuild it, we can do this. But everybody knows the truth that anything that has been destroyed in that full called Nigeria, it's only the poor people suffered. Nobody compensate them. Nobody do anything about it. I want to ask, this thing this man have done, how can the people that are facing this hardship right now, how can these people revoke what most of them have done to them? Because families are crying, people have died, and this man is lying. If people who are biased or who don't understand exactly what is happening in Imo State, we think maybe they will think of what this criminal is saying, that the people is going to get the shop are going to be repaired and the people will get compensation. Please, I want you to say something about it, because this is a completely lie from the pit of hell.
Yeah, woman.
This man won't know shit. When I won't know shit. Mazi, thank you, my bless you guys.
Yeah, well, and you too. Mazi Chinasa, can you hear?
Yeah, Mazi, everybody can remember when our leader said on Radio Biafra, when ESM was formed, that he warned everybody, both in diaspora and those in Biafra land, to stop communicating with the people in Biafra land. Most time in the intelligence gathering, the way Nigeria is working, people think they will send people in Biafra land to come to meet them. They will not. What they do, they set out their agent in diaspora. Even if they get your number at home, they will never call you. Even those their agents working at home will not call you. They will look for somebody in diaspora and they hand him over your telephone number. They will call you, say, my brother, hello, too Lodi. We are trying, because everybody at home will tell you, it's always an open door. He will tell you, don't worry. He will send $100. Now I'm going to buy a recharge card. Then tomorrow you open your mouth. He said, don't worry, when you telephone, I will buy you telephone. They started by dishing out $100, $200, because they know most of you are very hungry. Most of you hungry is not because you don't have the money, but the greed, the Nigerian syndrome of not being satisfied with what you have. They want, even if you have affected many of our people. They start giving you start selling the information. As you are selling the information to them, he is now returning it, passing it back to Hope Uzodinma and their team. Some of our people causing this problem in that side, they are in diaspora. You know, that is where they normally go to champion their people. Last time IPOB stopped Hope Uzodinma coming to Rome, stopped him coming to UK. You know, he's mad because they want to come and gather my people again and talk rubbish. What you said about Hope has been a habitual liar, a pathological liar. Everybody knew when Hope entered how he said that we bomb here, bomb here. Do you know why Hope used to make those statements? He is using it for Nigerian government because he's collecting huge amount of security vote in Imo State. He is collecting huge amount. So when he collects, he tries to pass MAGA. And pass MAGA, he goes back. Who is putting bombs for him? Who is IPOB manufacturing bombs? Most of the boys Hope Uzodinma is pursuing within Olo. They were his boys. They were some of the boys he used in election. They all fall out when he was a senator. What are we talking? Some of them he killed, some of them, those who refused to work with him were here because IPOB was when IPOB, before he came to power, IPOB was there. He tried to mobilize them. Ikonso was powerfully mobilizing people. He's pursuing many, his people that he knew. Hope can lie everything. Hope can say anything. And one thing is this, they have a connection. Connect to the women in America, some women in America. The women will connect with some people in Europe. Some of them are even sharing information. They don't know who they are sharing the information to. I have said this thing on Radio Biafra on many occasions, that this woman in America, they call Mrs. Bridget, brought in many people on the forum, in the Zoom, where he brought IPOB leadership. And we saw her as an IPOB woman leader. But she brought in people in that particular Zoom meeting. When we questioned, who are these people? She gave one flimsy excuse. These are people, they are not Biafrans, but they support what we are doing. And if they support what we are doing, they are not. Some are not IPOB. And some men are there. They are not IPOB, but they support what we are doing because of money. And we ask questions. They refuse those people to talk. We don't know who they are. And they did not make any statement. Then, when he was asked, why did you invite these people in the midst of this? Those people listening might be Nigerian intelligence agency, because they are bringing her small money. They throw 500. IPOB can pay thousands of dollars to get information. The same way Nigerian system operates. We can pay money to access information. The same way Nigerian government is doing. Now, they contribute her $500. Oh, she brings $500. You don't know who is bringing $500. Now, when we asked her, somebody asked her, said, since you know that you are bringing IPOB leadership, he said, no, I brought them because the people were mounting me pressure. So I brought them so that the people can hear. Now, when you brought me and Chukwu your form, why you did not allow those people to ask us questions? Because they were mounting you pressure. Asking you deep information, they're asking you. Then you brought us to the meeting. The people that are confronting you with questions, they refuse to talk to us. They all lie low, silent. Out of 36 people, only 4 of them, 5 of them, I have already spoken to, spent 6 hours explaining everything to them. So my brother, these are the operations. And I will say something here. As day goes by, the plans, the people who supported, who planned on the adoption of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, everything revealing step by step. Even if it takes 100 years, 10 years, we will collect every data step by step. Even people, as things are opening, we now opening new doors, finding those who said, when they hear Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was about, whether they have a team that was about to form the ESN, they said they are just waiting. After he launched the ESN, we will remove him out of the way. The people are there, and we will come for them when the time reaches. That as soon as he launched this agreement, they will remove him out of the way. Most of you don't know, they plan to kill Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. What happened in Kenya was not a man. They planned to kill him. That was what they did. Mazi, when they captured Mazi, when they adopted Mazi, I came here, I told you, it's a Nigerian conspiracy with some people that came inside IPOB, with some people, they connect all of them. They were all many, they pursue our leader from different angles. 24 hours, our leader arrived in Nigeria. Some people already go and bring out their red beret. They start talking on social media. When everybody is shocked, they start blaming people. They start to become head of state. They start to become the leader. Who will be the spokesperson? As all the meeting was going on, we were watching, trying to understand. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is a genius. Most of them, he created them as castles in the air. But he built DOS from the grassroots. Most of them, they come. Sometimes you may think you want to blame Mazi Nnamdi Kanu for calling this person name, calling that person name. No, that man is a genius. As time goes on, I start to understand. Even the woman in America who brought out a letter That the Mazi Nnamdi Kanu said anytime you didn't find him that she's the leader. Who knows what Mazi Nnamdi Kanu told her when she found out the curiosity? Somebody who can do like that at 1 minute, government have bought him, she can poison Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Let me tell you people one thing many people don't understand. In our culture, around the world, everywhere, do you know the reason why when the first son, the first child in the family, why most times the second one, if it is a king in the family, it is not the second one that will become the king if the first son have a child? I hope everybody has to understand that. In Igbo culture, in American culture, in anywhere they have kingship, it is because of people who are second in line. They are always thinking, if you leave it like this, they will kill the first one because of power monger. That is why, let me give an example with the British king. All of us know King Charles was made the king. Who will be the next? If King Charles died tomorrow, who will be the next? It will be Williams. If Williams died tomorrow, the kingship will not come to Harry. It will go to the son of Williams. That is how the lineage of things goes. People were all around, people preparing for waiting for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu downfall for them to take over. It is the Nigerian government, plan most of them. Nigerian government promised many of them, destabilize the leadership, we will hand you over power. Destabilize the leadership of IPOB, we will do this. But half will go kwete. They can talk. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is in the DSS dungeon. Have you ever heard the DOS? Have you ever heard Chinedu coming? Mazi Nnamdi Kanu told me I am the leader of religious. No, the code of conduct is there. You don't need to drag it with anybody. He has been doing the job. Criminals are running around because you bring $5,000. The governors give you money. Oyibo that they say she brought money to IPOB. People that knew her in America know she had no capacity of that money. It was a money given by government. She used it and come and push in IPOB. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu also keep her the way. She found out how it all happened. This is IPOB. The person who is leading this struggle, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, he built this struggle on a solid rock. Some of you, let me tell you, some of you that say, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu told me this, that is not where the structure of IPOB lies. He knows some of you were so desperate. You were looking for something. And to keep you calm, they tell you something, and you started planning for his downfall. Some of you, because Mazi Nnamdi Kanu left you behind out of anger, you went to the enemies and gave them information about the leader of indigenous people of Biafra. And you think you boasted when he gave way, you destabilized the structure of IPOB. We have every record, and in due time, Biafrans will know. But our duty for now is to make sure the unconditional release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. No politician, no governor. I'm saying it here. If you know any governor, if you know any politician who have anything to do with this DOS, I can vow for some of them in the DOS. I can vow for some of them in the DOS. I will vow for majority of the people in the DOS. They have no connection to whatever happened to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Have no connection with politicians. I can bow for Chinedu. Only I say, I can bow for some of them. I can vow for them. They are not saboteurs. I can vow for many of them. I know our people. I know people I'm working with since 2017. I know them. These are men of integrity. They never discuss with any governor for anything, and they will never. And that is they have tried all they can. They can't. Somebody said you talk like you're a god. I am not a god. I am Chinasamuru, a man of self-accountability and deep-rooted in morality. Ndewo Mazi Chinedu.
Yeah, well, callers, please hold on. Let me take this caller on direct line. Can you hear me? Call on direct line.
Uncle, good evening, sir. This is Ndana by Mother Yamuchichuku.
Yeah, well.
I am calling to thank you people for a good time today to be with us and to address us and to give us the opportunity to ask questions that is sitting deep in our bone marrow. But before I continue with my question, I'll be brief. My phrase is going to be this. After Biafra is restored, the whole Africans should listen to me closely. There is no other country, maybe you with a population of 10,000 in your ecology, that will see what Biafra has passed through again. None of you will lose any single soul, because following all the steps that IPOB and Mr. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is established already on this our struggle or movement, I think every one of you will know that we are ready to redeem Africa. And I commend the Director of State so much for their wisdom that they have deployed to get us through. Now, my question is this. Sir, when Biafra is restored, like you have reiterated, a lot of things that is playing out that have pushed you out with your colleagues to come on air to address, so that people will have an evidence of what is playing out behind. Because I know there are people like you, people who also reiterate are 15 minutes persons. They always forget easily. Now, my question in this circle is this. When this time comes that the Biafra will be stopped, I want you people, it's an appeal, however, I want you people to bring out a two court. One in the way of politics, the political, where you have normal high court and judiciary, whatever. But another one I want preeminently to be established. If that one, I thank God that Mazi, Uncle Jonathan is listening to me, because they have been dealing in-depthly into religion and the spiritual attachment to it. Now, I want us to bring out this in the or whatever that will stand by, because I don't want that recidivism of delaying some, difficult cases that should be redeeming the people to a unified or maybe with a peaceful state, and they will be giving all this their political correctness in it, delaying 1 year, 2 years, they never finish that case, and people are dying. I want this Okonwo people to follow too, so that anything you take an oath before your case is justified in those Britain and whoever that will come in to inspect the court, you are dead already if you have against what is playing out today or not. So this is the only area I want to appeal, because I'm seeing that these able people, even sometimes Uncle Chinasa, please, anytime we come on air asking questions, there are some questions you don't need to answer us. Just play this on it and leave, because the more you answer it, our enemies will give. I think they are very analytical, listening to us more than how we listen to them. They will follow it up and change their pattern and come against us again. Please, this is the only thing I want to thank you. I love you all.
Well, thank you. You made a valid point. Mazi Chinasa is here. He knows if there is anything that he's not supposed to say, he's not supposed to say it. Mazi, go on, please.
Taking note of that.
Yeah.
But I said it's a very valid point.
Yeah, very valid.
And we are going to we'll take note of that. And I hope other members of the DOS are also listening. We will take note of that. And other Biafrans, principal officers also.
Of course. Sometimes they provoke you. It's a political ploy anyway. They provoke you to come and vomit something that they want to hear. It's a political ploy. And something that our brother said also.
Look, the IPOB intelligence team and the IPOB intelligent gathering is as deep as the ocean. It is We are not we are not even taking everything. What we are saying is something already in the public domain, and people are twisting it wrongly. We cannot share the intelligence of what is happening in this struggle, because no institution, nobody have ever shared his secrets in the public. Even caves, even Pepsi. They never shared the secret recipe or the secret this thing they are using. So why would IPOB share? But if those who are intelligent, we come only to explain to them. For example, people were telling you they are in charge of ESN. They launched 15 people in a room in Abakaliki. And when you saw the ESN, instead for you to say, oh, ESN is still intact, you start asking about their uniform. What is your problem? Because most of them have already saw IPOB ESN uniform using it to commit crime. Most of them already saw it. We own our strategy, we own our plans, and we share it with nobody. Those who have nothing to do will always wail and cry on the social media. Thank you, Mazi.
Yeah, well, to buttress what our brother also, the second point he made about if Biafra comes, that we go back to our ancient system of justice. You know, he repeated something, this from Jerry Rawlings, late Jerry Rawlings of Ghana. He made that statement one time. He said, why you are hearing looting in Africa, governments, this and that, corruption everywhere, looting, after you confront the politician or the public servant, you arrest him, they go to court, he will hire, because he has money, he will hire the best lawyers to defend him or her. And tomorrow you see him outside because it's law. He said, because they know that Africans really know. They know that even this religion, foreign religions that they brought to us is just, you know, they don't even believe it. Because if you go to court, they will tell you, are you a Muslim? Swear with the Quran that whatever you are going to say here is true and nothing but the truth. The same thing, are you a Christian? If this and that, you will swear, even if they bring the Bible or Quran, you lick it and swear. But Jerry Rawlings said something. He said, change the status quo, change the system, remove Bible, remove any day and somebody is arrested or is suspected of a crime about looting politicians. He said, carry them, go to the local, the community shrine. Do the normal thing and tell the person, oh yeah, come and take oath. He said, you will see immediately things the person will fear. He will confess immediately because you know if he does it, he will die. One thing or the other will happen to him. Because this is our system. It's our natural system, our organic system. I have callers waiting. Caller on signal. You have been waiting since 21 minutes. Please, welcome to the program. Go on, please. You have 4 minutes maximum. Caller on signal. Are you there?
Am I coming out?
Mazi, you are coming out now. Go on, please. Go on.
All right. Good evening, sir. Mazi Chinedu, good evening, sir. My name is Mazi Ifano. I'm calling from my location. Mazi Chinedu, thank you for your educative program, interactive program to educate us in what is happening in our land. Mazi Chinedu, I don't have questions to ask you, but I want to encourage you to keep on doing what you are doing. Your reward is at the hand of God. Because I know that it's not easy. And don't take because of maybe annoyance or it take because of how people are, capturing you, criticizing you, you abandon these projects of freedom of your people. It will never be well. I know that most of these cases is due to ignorance of our people. Even most of our coordinators and our commanders who refuse to, make sure that any one of our men must follow the due process before coming to their domain, or let me just put it that way. Most of these people that are committing this crime in our land, they never be identified in the family as usual, according to what our leader says, that you must have a roots. You must start from the grassroots. It can never come from the window or from the ceiling to this great family. Because I believe that if these people are fully comes in from the grassroots, then we believe that yes, the people they are served, they are swear to serve. We can never hurt them. That's what I believe, and that's what I think. So I want the leadership to look into it, to make sure that to put embargo, that nobody should tamper, even a family member, saying that he is one of the family without coming from the grassroots, without knowing the name of his officers and the coordinators, all these things, which I think may be the problem of this crime committing in our land because of IM. Maybe you know somebody, you try to bring the person from the back door, and tomorrow the person will start misbehaving without proper orientation. As Chinasa, not a question, but this my talk is a suggestion.
Okay, thank you very much.
God bless you.
There we
Good night from here.
There we Remember you.
There we Mazi. There we.
Yeah. Caller on WhatsApp. Welcome to the program. Can you hear me? Caller on WhatsApp.
I can hear you.
There we Mazi. Go on. Welcome to the program.
Oh, Biafra.
Almost Biafra. Go on.
Yeah, my name is Mazi, calling from the zoo. I have a question to ask. Can it be possible to bound anything autopilot, Samekba in Radio Biafra, and also bound the BBC or interview our people during the court appearance, and also our lawyers? That is my question, sir.
Mazi, please, before you go, please, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
What do you mean by autopilot in Radio Biafra? Because there is no autopilot speaking on Radio Biafra. Please, or you want to talk about on social media?
No, for people that normally call asking question why.
Yeah, and now yes. I understand. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Mazi Chinasa. Mazi, can
you hear me? Yes, I can hear you.
Yes.
Mazi, like our brother that asked the question, the radio host. This Radio Biafra is not for autopiloters. We have nothing to do with autopiloters. But one thing is sure, you can't stop people. This is why Radio Biafra became one of the radio most listened around the world. You can't stop